Environment and Energy and Development for this year 2023. It has been some 4 years or 5 years that we have not met in this conference because of the different circumstances, COVID among ones. So we are happy that on this 8th of November 2023, we have resumed organizing this conference in partnership with the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography and the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, SAGEREC. So before we start our program, I will request to take 1 minute just to make a word of prayer so that we be guided into the proceedings of this conference. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, dear God, we are thankful this morning that you have provided us life, you have protected us from our homes to this venue. As we are seated here, we are going to deliberate on different issues concerning this world that we have created. May you grant us intelligence and wisdom to speak words of wisdom. May you protect everyone from this time we have started until the closing of this ceremony. We pray this in Jesus' name, amen. So welcome once again. As you can see, all our guests are here. We have different participants, but especially we are thankful that our partners, mainly the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography and Africa Joint Research Center representative are here. And you are very, very honored to be with the Honorable Ambassador of the People's Republic of China. So it is a great pleasure and a great honor to be with everyone here in this conference. Before I start, let me introduce those who are here in front of you. We be opening this conference. Let me start with the host who is Professor Ngamije Jean, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lay Adventist of Kigali, who has organized and invited all the people who are here. So I will request you to welcome Professor Jean Ngamije. We have also one who can be a visitor, but also he is a host because he is a partner in organizing this conference. The president of the Xinjiang branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Professor Chen Si, but now we say academician Professor Chen Si. During the 10 years that we have been doing this, in the way we have managed to get another host, who is now a host. He used to come as a guest, but now he is a host because we are organizing jointly with the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center. He is Professor Wang Qifeng, who is the director of the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, SAGEREC. Welcome, Professor, and we are happy that SAGEREC is now a partner into this journey. We are also honored to be with His Excellency Wang Shukun, the ambassador of the People's Republic of China, who is with us in this opening His Excellency Ambassador, we are happy to be with you, and I request everyone to recognize your presence. Now that I have presented our guest of honors and the organizers, let me also briefly present some other participants. We have the organizers, UNILAC, but we have also a participant who came from far. Before I present participant, I'm sorry I've forgotten also to introduce to you the team from the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Rwanda. I can see them. You can, okay. He is a staff member of the embassy. Now let me introduce some other of our participants who came from mainly China. We have Professor Li Lanhai, who's coming from the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. We have Wenjiang Liu. We have Liu Tie. And we have, those I have mentioned are from the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. We have Xu Bin, Professor Xu Bin, who is from the Nanjiang Institute of Geography, Limnology, the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I think this is the first time we have someone representing this institute at our conference. Welcome. We have also Hu Guangguan from Wuhan Botanical Garden, Chinese Academy of Science. Welcome. We have also a representative from the School of Tourism Management, Sun Yat-sen University. And here I mentioned Professor Xu Honggang, who is the director of this School of Management. Welcome, Professor. She is also accompanied by Zhang Chaozi, Professor Chang. These are the representative of the School of Tourism Management, Shanyang University. We have also a representative from the Beijing Normal University, Professor Wu Jianzhu. Welcome. We have also lecturer Mao Ting. Mao Ting, yes, from Beijing Normal University. We have also two others from Wuhan Botanical Garden, Wang Shengwei. Okay, welcome. And Wei Neng. Thank you. These are from Wuhan Botanical Garden, Chinese Academy of Sciences. We have also Associate Professor Li Qian. Li, from Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. They are also with another team of assistant. And Wei Wenyu, Chu Yi, Zhang Lixia, Zhang, Wang Hongtao. Okay, this is a special welcome from people who traveled 1,000 miles from China to come to participate to this conference. But we are also with participants from different universities in Rwanda. I don't have the list yet, but you are all welcome. And we have also a special welcome to the president, the legal representative of our university, UNILAC, Pastor Ruhaya. With his, the Vice President, Mr. Jotam Nyogakiza. But also, we have some members of our board who have came to participate in this opening. We have Dr. Byukusenge Jenny, who is a board member, and Professor Kaigema Jack from the Adventist University of Central Africa, and Dr. Byukusenge is from the National University of Rwanda. So we welcome all other visitors that I have not mentioned the names because I didn't have the list from the registration. But as we have time, we will recognize everyone who is here from outside UNILAC. With this presentation, it is now the time to hand over to the host, Professor Jean Ngamije, the Vice Chancellor of UNILAC, to come forward and make welcome remarks. Professor Jean, welcome.
His Excellency, Ambassador of People's Republic of China, here present. Academician Chen Qi, President of Xinjiang Branch of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Professor Wang, Professor and Director of Wuhan Botanical Garden and Director of Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, SAJOREC, of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dear Chinese participants, representatives of higher education institutions, representatives of government and private institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is with great pleasure to welcome you to this 6th International Conference on Environment, Energy, and Development. This conference serves as a crucial platform for scholars, experts, and enthusiasts from around the world to converge, exchange ideas, and collaborate on the crucial topic of sustainable natural resources management. Our world faces unprecedented challenges in maintaining the delicate balance between economic development and environmental preservation. As we witness the growing impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, and resource depletion, it becomes increasingly imperative for us to come together, share our knowledge, and forge innovative solutions. This conference, jointly organized by the Universal Adventist of Kigali, Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography of Chinese Academy of Science, and Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, SAJOREC of Chinese Academy of Sciences, demonstrates our dedication to confronting global challenges. It features thought-provoking discussions, informative presentations, and interactive technical sessions that span a broad range of subjects pertaining to the sustainable management of natural resources. The aim of this international conference is to delve into cutting-edge research, highlight best practices, and showcase the most recent technologies designed to preserve and responsibly harness the Earth's priceless resources. In fact, this ICD 2023, inspired from the critical challenge of human environmental and economic sustainability concerning the present and future generations in a global scale context. During our last ICD 2017, we launched UNILAC Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography Joint Research Center on Natural Resources and Environmental in East Africa, which is established in UNILAC campus, with the vision in line with the post-2015 development agenda, aiming at ending poverty, protecting the planet, ensuring prosperity for all as a part of a new sustainable development agenda for the following 15 years. I hereby express our gratitude to the working relationship between UNILAC and Chinese Academy of Sciences via its institutes since 2012. Capacity building, joint research activities and conferences have been organized. Today, our distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, and presenters bring wealth of expertise and experience, ensuring that this event is a source of inspiration and enlightenment for all in attendance. UNILAC extends its gratitude to our valued partners, particularly the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography, SAGELEC, and Chinese Academy of Sciences Institution for the unwavering support in propelling UNILAC to its current standing in research. We also believe that the center put in place through this partnership will emphasize on sustainable environmental and natural resources management through collaborative integrated research, providing advice and building capacity not only in Rwanda, but also in the region. The research outcomes to be unveiled today are a concrete manifestation of the collaboration efforts of our joint research center. To all participants, your presence here is instrumental in making this conference a resounding success. Your research, ideas, and insights contribute significantly to our collective understanding and drive us closer to actionable solutions for the sustainable management of natural resources. As you embark on this exciting journey of discovery and collaboration, I encourage everyone to actively engage, ask questions, and share your perspectives. Let us not only learn from each other, but also work together to pave the way for a more sustainable and harmonious relationship between humanity and our planet. Once again, His Excellency Ambassador, dear participants, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you. May this international conference on environment, energy, and development be a source of inspiration, a source of knowledge, and transformative ideas that propel us towards a more sustainable future. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and enriching conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for this opening speech. And now, I'd like to invite Professor Academician Chen Si to come forward and also make an address to the participant.
Distinguished guest and distinguished Chancellor Jian and the Chinese Ambassador Wang and General Director Wang, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very, very pleased to participate in this international conference on sustainable management of natural resources. On behalf of the Xinjiang branch of Chinese Academy of Sciences, I would like to express my warm congratulations to the conference. We have not had face-to-face communication and discussion for a long, long time. So this meeting is really important. It will make chance to give suggestions and comments for our future cooperation. In the past 12 years, Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography has carried out extensive international cooperation with UNILAC and achieved a very good progress. We have jointly trained more than 30 master's students and a PhD student, carry out cooperative research project on climate change, disaster prevention, drink water safety, flood forecast, and geography information system training. And contribution to international scientific and technological cooperation along the Belt and Road. This year, it is the 4th anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative. I believe through this discussion at the conference, our future cooperation will be more and more closer. I wish this conference a complete success and all guests have a good health. Thank you very much to the Chancellor Jian, and thank you very much to the Chinese Ambassador Wang, and also thank you very much, Director General Wang. Welcome everyone to visit Xinjiang Institute and Xinjiang branch of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Academician Chen, for highlighting a summary of what this cooperation have achieved during the 10 years of cooperation. Now, it is also a privilege to invite the director of the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, Professor Wang, also to make a remark.
Excellency, Mr. Wang Xuekun, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the Republic of Rwanda, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Yuan Ngami, Professor Chen Si, the President of Xinjiang branch in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great pleasure and to be honored to deliver some remarks to this international symposium, the conference on environment, energy, and development. So on behalf of the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, so I'd like to thank you all for participating, and also the Excellency, the Ambassador, the Vice Chancellor, and all the colleagues, either from Rwanda and China. Also, we know that in the past 10 years, so we all witnessed the great achievement by our colleagues from Rwanda and from China, working on natural resources, utilization, environmental protection, and the climate change, and the other research areas in Rwanda, and also witnessed the great achievement between the scientists from the two countries, and from the two continents, the African continent and China. So this year, it's the 10 years anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative, and we all witnessed the Belt and Road Forum last month in Beijing, and also just in November, we co-organized a symposium on South-South cooperation between Africa and China in Nairobi. So based on the agreement between the SADC, the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, and the African Union Development Union, so in the future we will strengthen our collaboration either in biodiversity conservation, environmental protection, agriculture demonstration, and also to provide some more chances for the young scientists from Africa and from China. So in the past 10 years, so congratulations to either Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geology and the UNINAG and other scientists from different universities and institutions in Rwanda and in China for the great contributions to the collaboration. So in the future, so the SADC, so we are very pleased to be as one of the hosts of the region office in the future with UNINAG. So now Rwanda office of the SADC in the future, we are strengthening the joint research in environment protection, biodiversity conservation, climate change, and also natural resources utilization. So we'll offer some more opportunities for the scientists from both sides. And secondly, we will strengthen our contribution to the agriculture demonstration in Rwanda. So either on the crops and also on the fruit and some other cultivars from China and also in Rwanda to provide some food security for the Rwanda people. Thirdly, we will try our best to help the UNINAG and other institutions to build the capacity, so either try to set up and establish a regional office and also the joint laboratory we already have here, and also to improve the research facility and offer some more education programs for the students, either for master or PhD degrees in China or in Rwanda. And also we will offer some opportunities for the young scientists from Rwanda, from the UNINAG and other universities, as it is titled as the funds for the young talented scientists from Africa. So in the coming 3 years, we'll offer 1 or 2 to them. So, ladies and gentlemen, so today is the beginning of the collaboration with the UNINAG, and also today is the big day for the SADC, the start of the regional office. So I appreciate the support from the UNINAG, the Vice Chancellor, and all the colleagues from the university, and also the government of Rwanda. Especially great thanks to the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Rwanda, and Professor Chen Xi, the founder of the joint laboratory here on the campus of the UNINAG about 12 or 11 years ago, 2012. So I also great thanks to all the participants for your coming and also for our future. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much. I wish you all a very good day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wang, the director of the SADREC. And thank you for being part of our partner. I think what we have already achieved with partnership with the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. Now that we have another partner, we are quite sure that even the effort will be multiplied. And the result also will be tangible. It's a privilege also at this time to invite His Excellency, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Rwanda, to come in front and open officially our conference.
Honorable Professor Zhang, Vice Chancellor of UNILEC, Professor Chen Xi, and Professor Wang Qingfeng, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Mulawesi. It's a great pleasure for me to join you today at the 6th International Conference on Environment, Energy and Development. I would also like to take this great opportunity to extend my warm congratulations for this conference and welcome to the professors, experts, and friends from Rwanda and China. As the theme today is concerned, sustainable management of natural resources, I would like to share some facts about China. China attaches great importance to sustainable development. Under the strong leadership of His Excellency President Xi Jinping, China has been consistently pursuing a path of sustainable development in front of various challenges. And we have made considerable achievements in UN SDGs. The build-up of ecological civilization is one of the five key areas of China's national development, and is also an important element of Chinese path to modernization. We maintain that lucid waters and large mountains are invaluable assets, advocating for harmony between man and nature, and making strides on the path of green development. And I would like to share some further figures for better explanation for this. For example, between 2012 and 2021, China has planted a forest of 64 million hectares, restored more than 800,000 hectares of wetland, making China the country with largest growth in forestry resources worldwide. China has also greatly promoted clean and renewable energy. China's installed generation capacity of renewable energy reached over 1 billion kilowatts, making 44% of the total installed generation capacity. It's also worth to note that the hydro, wind, and solar power installed generation capacities are reached over 300 million kilowatts, respectively. It ranks the first in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda is also a key advocate for green and sustainable development. Our two countries have cooperated in areas of energy, agriculture, and some other areas to advance Rwanda's sustainable development. I believe we have more to share and to cooperate in this area. Today's conference is a very good occasion for exchange and further discussion. I wish all our distinguished guests fruitful success. I'm also happy to know today we will inaugurate the Rwanda office of China-African Joint Research Center of China Academy of Sciences. This August, President Xi Jinping announced the plan for China-Africa cooperation on talent development at the China-Africa Leaders Dialogue. China will launch the China-Africa University's 100 cooperation plan and 10 pilot exchange programs of China-Africa partner institutes to support Africa's innovation. Our efforts today also reflect our leaders' strong commitment. Dear friends, to conclude, I hope the office and today's event will make important contributions to Rwanda's development, to China-Rwanda's relations, and the regional academic cooperation. I also wish this conference a great success. Thank you for your attention.
A big round of applause to His Excellency for his speech and for the highlight of the China's achievement vis-à-vis the Sustainable Development Program, but also how China is extending its hands to the South cooperation to help other countries to develop through the Silk Road and other programs. Thank you, His Excellency, for your speech. And at UNILAC, we are also really thankful to the People's Republic of China for the contribution to the capacity building of our people, for the capacity in research. We have already, as Professor Chen said, more than 30 Rwandan who was sent by UNILAC to go with the support of the government of China to go and do masters and PhD. We have capacity with our laboratory in water and soil research, which we hope in the future will be at an international standard. We are working on it with our partners, the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography, and now SAGEREC. We also contribute to building this capacity to our university, but in general to the Rwandan people. So we thank you, Ambassador, and we thank your government also for all that they are doing for our country and our people. So now we come, as His Excellency Ambassador said, today we are officially opening the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, the regional branch in Rwanda, which will be hosted in UNILAC, at UNILAC. And for this ceremony, I will request Professor Wang and Professor Jean to move forward so that the director of the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center of the Chinese Academy officially award a plaque that marks the opening of the office in Rwanda. Please, a big applause to the ceremony. At UNILAC, we are really thankful for this partnership, and we are thankful also to the Silk and Road program that allow us to achieve this milestone today. And we hope that in the future, research in environment conservation and all other items related to research will be strengthened in UNILAC, but also in Rwanda. So thank you for all our honorables who have officiated the opening of this ceremony. And before we take a short break for what we call a health break, we know some woke up early in this morning, some came from far. Before we take a health break, we are going to have a group photo with the honorable who are here, but with also the participant. Those who are in the protocol can help me to organize this session. Then after the group photo, the protocol will help us to the way where we can take our health break. The photo is outside. Okay, honorables, you can go through this way, and the participant also can come. Yes, the protocol.
Okay, we're about to start. And let me ask you everyone just to be ready for the second session. Okay, thank you so much for being back. UNILAC Vice Chancellor, Academician Chen, President of Zhejiang Branch, Chinese Academy of Science, Professor Wang, Director of Sajorek, UNILAC representative, dear guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Again, yes, after such an inspiring opening session comes now another golden opportunity to learn from some big names, some big brands among us. During this plenary session, we are about to hear from three presenters. The first one is Professor King-Feng Wang. The second presenter is Professor Li Lanhai. Then the third one is Dr. Christophe Mupenzi. At this specific moment, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you our first presenter, Professor King-Feng Wang. But before he comes, who is Professor King-Feng Wang? Well, King-Feng Wang is an associate professor in economics since August 2020. He has a bachelor's degree in econometric and operational research from Maastricht University, both a master's degree in financial mathematics with distinction and a PhD degree in mathematics from the University of Loughborough. He worked also as a teaching fellow at NUBS between 2011 and 2016. He is also a member of Royal Society of Economics, American Economic Association. Also, he's a member of a Society of Labor Economists. He has a broad interest in population economics, labor economics, corporate governance, intellectual property rights, and Confucian ethics. Today, Professor King-Feng Wang's presentation will be about contributing to African biodiversity conservation, an overview of the Sino-Africa science and education collaboration. At the end of his presentation, we'll have just a short time for questions, comments, and answers from different scholars present today. Please join me to welcome Professor King-Feng Wang as he comes just in front for his presentation. Please help me to welcome him. Professor, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the brief introduction of myself. Actually, the introduction of Knight King-Feng, it might be not me, not myself, because it's Knight is an economist. I'm a plant taxonomist. Sorry for this. It's okay. But anyway, I'd like to thank the conference organization, the committee, and also the Vice Chancellor, Professor Chen Xi, the President of the Xinjiang branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So it's my great pleasure. I got this chance to share my experience in the past 20 years or something, more than that. So, and also the joint research progress of the SAGEREC in the past 10 years on the biodiversity conservation in Africa. Biodiversity. Biodiversity. It's not here. Not here. No. Just before the demonstration we have. In different countries. For example, on South Africa, Madagascar, Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and also here Rwanda in the past 10 years. So from the plant diversity in Southeast Africa, we could see from this some of the figure here. In Southeast Africa, it's more than 33,000 species, plant species, and something like Kenya is around 7,000, and Tanzania about 12,000, and Madagascar is another story. It's also about 12,000 species there. It's very important. Here, we in Rwanda around 2,600 species, something. So it's very important to know that among all these 33,000 species, there's about around 4,000 general and more than 330 families. That is a general idea about the biodiversity, the plant diversity in Southeast Africa. So some of the landscape you could see here, it's a different kind of vegetation here on the savannas and also the alpine and also the forest and also some savannas, and this is baobabs in Madagascar, and also there's another species in the continent of Africa, the baobabs, the Adansonia digitata. And for the plants in Southeast Africa, in the savannas, we could see some of the Euphorbiaceae and also some of the Apocynaceae, the Carissa, and also this species might be here, and also Vancania. That used to be the Acacia, that genus now is changed to another name. And also Kagenia africana, the endemic one here in Southeast Africa. And another one is Adansonia digitata. That is just some examples of the savannas. From the forest, I'll show you some of the Streptocarpus and also some impatiens. Some key tree species there is Podocarpus and also in Hagenia here. Yesterday, some of my colleagues visited the city. They got to see some of these Hagenia, the plants there. And some other orchids and also some other umbilicus. That's just the forest. And for alpine, maybe it's totally different from those of the other continent. For example, in China, the Qinghai Tibeto, the Himalayas is another story. It's above 4,000 meters. It's just grassland, grasses. So no, this Lobenia and also this Dendrosilicio. So this Mount Elgon and also Mount Kenya, Mount Kilimanjaro. And the deserts and some drylands, some plants. For example, this is used to be in the Arnes and also in the Welwitschia. That's an endemic one in Africa. And some of the Pachypodium and some other species. For example, in Ethiops and also Archaegenopsis something. All these are adapted to the dry and arid areas. And since 2015, so we're working with our partners from National Museums of Kenya. Now we're fortunate. And also we just gotten the first volume of the Rubicia, the coffee family. That volume be published this year. So that's a ceremony. And also we published some other monographs, either in the common plants and also some field guides for Mount Kenya, Mount Kilimanjaro, and the coast areas in Kenya and Tanzania. And also some other checklists of different forests and areas in Kenya and some other national parks. So, so for the flora of Kenya, we will try to finish to compare about 7,000 species in Kenya right now. So I'm not sure whether the flora of Rwanda here is that published or not yet, the flora of Rwanda. I'm not sure. Maybe we are looking for the opportunity to working together with the scientists from Rwanda. And in the past 10 years, we have found and published more than 20 new species in Africa, including Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Madagascar, and some other countries. So, for example, even the orchids and the impatiens, and also some of the cucumber family, and different species there, and also one species of the Hydrostachys and the aquatic one in Madagascar. So in the past 10 years, we are lucky with the help of the partners and the colleagues. So we have this the plant database of the tropical East Africa. So for all the species distributed in this area, it's around something like 16,000 species and more than around 250 families there. Among these 16,000 species, so more than 3,000 of them are endemic, which is pretty high in this area. And Euphorbia quaternaria and impatiens is some of the general, and also about 700 species are succulents. It's very important to keep in mind here. For example, the Euphorbia and Aloe, Ceropegia and Sansevieria and Kalanku. And for it's very important for the future and the priority collecting area in this area, I think. So also presently there are about 16% of the areas had zero collections. So it's very important for the scientists working on this in future. And over 50, half of them had incomplete collections. So we should pay more attention to these areas. And for the endemic, so in Southeast Africa, we could see here in the tropical areas, the mountains in East Africa are the main distribution center for all these endemics. And also it's recommended to expand all those either national parks and also the protected areas, because it's very important since the local communities they are working, they are either for farming and agriculture. So the national park and the protected areas is very important for endemic. For the Horn, as a case study of the Horn of Africa, so we're working on even Ethiopia and Somalia and Eritrea. So we found that in the three centers, the north, the Semen, and the central, and also the south, the Bali, Mount Bali, in these areas, with some of the most number of the endemic species there. So in the future, so protection strategy for these areas is very important. And for some of the species, so it depends on the geological history of this area. We know that this is in the Great Rift Valley, the east one, and the west one down here and here. So it's very important for those volcanic, this kind of characters, so influence the speciation and also from the plant diversity and endemism. So one example is like giant Senecio, the Dendrosenecio, the genus. This is the only genus. Most of the species, all the species of this genus, are distributed in this area, including Rouense and Aragon and some other mountains. So more than 17 taxa, including species and subspecies. So we found that this genus may probably originated in the Mount Kilimanjaro, then later distributed or dispersed to other areas, and also the adaptation to the local habitats need to the speciation of this genus. So it's around 2.5 million years ago. Another story is about the Lobanias here. The giant Lobanias, the Rusite-like one. So some of the species either in Ethiopia and in Kenya, and also some other species either in Abydos and Bambazeti and Gabriel, this one as a common one either in Kenya, Tanzania, and some other countries. I'm not sure whether here in Rwanda, maybe in the mountain areas we have this species. It's very important. Another one is in the Nubigena. This is the only one that's in Asia. It's in Bhutan, the south slope of the Himalayas. So the first time we got to know this one, and we worked on this, and found that this Rusite-like giant Lobanias in East and Africa is originated independently. It's from the different ancestor. So it's interesting. And we will also have some other examples on either the Haplocalpha, this is a common species in Southeast Africa, a geographic barrier between Mount Kenya and also Abydos maybe have existed between the mountains need to the morphological and genetically differentiation for these different ecotypes. This is glabrous one and also the hairies. So another one is Ortenia. It's an aquatic plant in Africa. So the water collection in history or parentally, so leads to the different, maybe in the halotype, genetic phenotype of this species. So as about the biogeography of some of the families, so we worked on this application. This one is also aquatic one. So we found that in Madagascar and continent Africa, maybe it's the most common ancestor from this area. Then the Madagascar with some of the species adapted to the habitats need to the new species. And the Asia and Australia, all the species are from either Madagascar or continent Africa. And it's about the conservation in Southeast Africa. So it's very important for the national parks and protected areas. Now currently we already have. So for example, this is the distribution of the national parks and also the protected areas. This all in red. And also the number and the area of protected areas in Southeast Africa show a positive. We say that is a positive for the conservation of the biodiversity. And for example, some of the national parks in Southeast Africa, we have this either the Serengeti and the Semen, this is Ethiopia, and also the Shimba Hills, that's the coast area of the Indian Ocean, and Nyaki National Park. And here we in Rwanda, I'm not sure whether some of this one, can it be this one? Maybe unless it's a mistake, maybe it should be here, right? And another one, Nyangui, should be at least here. Yeah. So that's the distribution of all the national parks in different countries in Southeast Africa. And we have also some case studies for how to conserve, to protect those endemic or endangered species here. So the Symphonia is one story. So collected all the samples from different populations in either Kenya and Tanzania. And we found that in the future, how to protect these the species or the subspecies or varieties is very important. we found that we should pay more attention to some of the specific habitats, because some of the habitats they have some more genetic variations. So very important for future for different subspecies of this Sempolia. Another story is this most common tree species in Hagelia abyssinica here. So we found that on the sampling site is indicating that the population genetic structure, there are some genetic differentiation occur already. So among different populations. So this is also some of the historic distribution. It might be in different areas, but now what we have now here. And in the past 5 years, we're also working with our partners on some of the rare species. For example, the Welwitschia, and one of the key species of the savannas, and the scissors, the two of them, one of the rotundifolia and another one, the scissors are called corundifolia, that's one. So the genomes, I think now apparently is very important to provide some more insights into the evolution of those species. And another one is the Euphorbia, the succulent, the key succulent genus in the continent in the Central and Southeast Africa. So we found that it's very important. The origination, distribution, and those dispersal in the history is very important. So the molecular method is very important, and also the genomic data provides some powerful methods to analyze. So it's about the South Africa Joint Research Center, the SAGIONAC. It's now it's an integrative research platform for the scientists from different countries in Africa and also from China. So we're working together. So the research areas in the fields including either the biodiversity conservation, the agricultural demonstration, and the natural products development, and the animal ecology and the water management, and the microbiology and epidemic disease control. And the other one is geography and remote sensing, just as some of our scientists working here in the joint lab on the campus of the UNINAG here. So for our partners in the CAS, so the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography is one of the key partners here. We have more than 17 partners of the different dependent institutions and universities. And in Africa, we have more than around 20 institutions from more than 12 countries here. Also, we have our UNINAG here, also in Rwanda. Also, we are pleased to share our experience here. We have a regional office here in UNINAG, and also some international organizations, including the ULAB, the TRUST, and some other institutions. So for the headquarters, it's on the campus of the JKUAT, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. That's in Nairobi. So the Chinese government provide support for the infrastructure for all these, including either some of the research building, laboratories, and also the guest house and the conference center, and also a botanical garden is attached to this center. So let's some of these as a guest house. Next time we could have some seminar or conference there. It's a capacity about could have more than around 40 guests, and also conference hall, laboratories. So I have 6 laboratories there. So as in different research areas, biodiversity, and also GIS, remote sensing, and also natural products development, and microbiology, and also allowance molecular and cellular biology there, and all equipment provided by the CAS and also operated by the SAGIONAC and Wuhan Botanical Garden. And just before the COVID-19, we finished the construction of this one, the agriculture demonstration area. This is the center, and this agriculture area. We have the greenhouse and also some demonstration plot for different crops there. For example, the millet, and also some of the grapes, and also kiwi fruit here. That's why I discussed with the Vice Chancellor about the opportunity to have some demonstration in Rwanda for some crops and fruits in the future. And for the agriculture, we either for the demonstration in Kenya and also the maize and also the rice is very important. We introduced more than around 30 different cultivars, and some of them have very good performance there. The yield and the total yield increased about at least 50% comparing to some of the local cultivars there. And another one is about the management of some water resources and management. So we also in Tanzania and Kenya now we have another project that is about the water tower project. Here I think Rwanda is also included. So next time we have some more collaboration on the water resources management. And analysis about the GIS, the geographic science and remote sensing. Based on that joint laboratory, we also have already got some achievements. For example, the Atlas of the Kenya, the remote sensing, and also the year before last year, so we signed a MOU with UNINAC, and in future we have some more the high resolution of the GIS of the Rwanda, and also examples for the another example of the dam, the Peter Dam story. So it's about education and training, as I mentioned in my remarks at the opening ceremony. So it's very important in the future. So currently we have already enrolled about 238 students from 11 African countries, and some of them from Rwanda, and also most of them from UNINAC. So in the future we have some more. So every year we enroll about 30 PhD or master candidates from African countries. So they will be majored in either biodiversity conservation and environment protection, environmental sciences, and also agriculture. So in the future, we welcome some more applications from Rwanda. And also, it's very important for the training. The training program and workshop, so in the past 10 years, we have trained about 1,500 technicians and senior or young scientists from different countries. So either on the biodiversity conservation, agriculture demonstration, and the environmental protection, and also the GIS, the remote sensing techniques, and also about the management of the national parks. So currently we have the Rwanda office is the third one. So we only have the regional office in Ethiopia, and also here right now we have one here. So congratulations and great thanks to the Vice Chancellor and also colleagues here. And another one is in Madagascar. So only 3 regional offices now. So we have some joint laboratories or field stations ratio. For example, the Masai Mara University, medicinal plants, and another one is in Tanzania. That's in Kigoma, near Lake Tanganyika. And this is for future planning of our center. So now we have a headquarters here. The regional offices, Tanzania, Rwanda, Madagascar, and Ethiopia, and the field stations, Tanzania. Zimbabwe, we will have another joint laboratory there, maybe next year, and Namibia, and in West Africa, in Senegal and Mauritania, and north is Egypt. So each regional offices and field stations will work on different areas. For example, this one is for the desert control, and also here for Mauritania for the Great War or something, and Senegal is agriculture, and here Egypt also agriculture and biodiversity. So that's my experience and also some of the research progress in the past 10 years. And I would like to thank all the partners and also colleagues from either China and other different institutions, for example, the Kenya and also the Tanzania, the Namibia, and Rwanda and the UNINAG. And thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, thank you so much. Again, let's just join our hands to express our thanks to Professor, please. Yes. There was a time when I was reading, someone said, a research is about seeing what everybody sees every single day, but thinking about what nobody else have ever thought about. So this is the case. So as your professor was presenting, there were just so many questions which came to my mind. Those are things I had never thought about. And that being the case, Hope Justice is just the case with you. It was just the same case with you. Now, we have a room full of scholars and researchers here. Let's just take a time to comment, to ask questions, to share ideas about what he just presented. Please, this is a time for questions, for answers, also for suggestions, and for comments, and so on. We're going to take just a short time. And I have a microphone here. If you have something to say, please raise your hand, and then we'll get to you. Okay. Yes, please. To each presenter, I'm going to ask you just to introduce yourself so quickly, and then go straight to the point.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Jackson. I'm from West Africa. I'm a student of UNILAG from the Department of Rural Development. Your work, I must admit, I like the demonstration. It was very nice, and I have a question to ask you as a student of rural development. And I'm just as curious as you are in contributing to the biodiversity of Africa. My question is, community engagement and local participation are often key elements in successful biodiversity conservation, especially in Africa. How does your work involve and empower local community in Africa to be active stakeholders in these initiatives?
Thank you. Very good question. So actually, because of the time, I could not explain more details. So for the conservation, not just for the country, for the government, for the scientists, it's also a responsibility of the local communities. So actually, based on our field collection and also the investigation of the rare and some of the plant species, now we're working with some companies. For example, in Kenya, we're working with the companies that diamond plant something. So working with the companies and also with the farmers. So have some demonstration of economic plants and also for the tea, the moringa, maybe you know, and some other medicinal plants to teach them how to cultivate, not just collect from the field. It's very important for the local communities. So one of the farmers now become the big boss of the local community because he's with the collaboration with us in the past 5 years. So get some more, not just getting from the leisure population, but by large-scale demonstration or cultivation. And also some more farmers are joining this team. So I think your question is very important. Also, it's very important for the conservation in the future for the natural resources, especially for those plant resources, the wild species. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Without interrupting him, there was another idea which just came to instead of finishing one presentation and taking questions, going to let our presenters just present. Then at the end, they'll be there. Then the questions will be addressed to each presenter. If you can just approve, then we'll proceed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Again, a big round of applause, please, to Professor. Thank you so much. Well, the second presentation comes to us from Professor Li Lanhai. Professor Lanhai is a research professor at Xizang Institute of Ecology and Geography, Chinese Academy of Sciences. With over 30 years of research, consulting, and teaching experience, he has worked in a variety of positions for institutes, for universities, for international organizations, and for private companies in China, in England, Thailand, and in Canada. Professor Li's primary research interests focus on hydrogeological hazards and climate change impact assessment. He has extensive working experience in snow hydrological modeling, risk and reliability assessment of hydrogeological disasters, water and land resources management, and climate change impact assessment. He has also undertaken applied research projects that integrate the mathematical modeling, database management, and geographic information systems into decisions support tools for resources decisions makers. He has published about 200, I repeat again, about 200 papers in peer-reviewed journals and two monographs during academic research. The publications have been widely referred by academic research and engineering design, and his research and consulting work have been recognized by a number of awards for excellence in research and outreach, and by invitations from Northern American, Asian, and African organizations for seminars, for workshops, as well as hosting international conferences. He currently serves as editorial board member of the following journals: Journal of Arid Land, Journal of Mountain Science, Arid Land Geography, and East African Journal of Science and Technology. Today, Professor Li's presentation will be about susceptibility analysis for geohydrological hazards and community risk perceptions, case, flood, and landslides in Rwanda. This study came as a result of cooperation between UNILAC and Xizang Branch, Chinese Academy of Science. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Professor Li as he's going to make this presentation. Please. Thank you so much. Professor, the floor is yours, please. This one is better.
The controller, the remote control. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here to present my research. I started to cooperate with UNILAC in 2012. I started to work with local students and faculties in the field of agriculture and floods and landslides. So today, my presentation topic is susceptibility analysis for geohydrological hazards and community risk perception. We take the floods and the landslides in Rwanda as an example. Doesn't work? This one? Oh. Okay. I will present my topic in following order lines. As we know, right, disaster, it happens everywhere, no matter in Africa, China, or North America. And currently, it happens, looks more and more frequently, which causes lots of the social and economic losses. Those kind of losses major happens in those poor with limited mitigation and adaptation capacity region. Of course, this kind of disaster risk vulnerabilities varies with different conditions, from the individual, family, to the community level over the time. It depends on a wide range of social, economic, political, cultural, environmental, and their interactions. Of course, poor regions get suffered much more than other regions. Of course, Africa is not accepted, right? It also are prone to the disaster risk and losses. Eh? For many regions, maybe floods and slides is main disasters, but Africa is quite dry. So dry is also the main disasters. And those kind of disasters increase due to the population growth settling in risk-prone area. Also, some inappropriate resources management, poverty, and climate change, and so on. Rwanda, we come back to Rwanda, right? Rwanda is also under disaster risk vulnerability. Currently, major disasters include floods, landslides, mudslides, earthquake, and heavy wind. Those kind of vulnerability areas located in the high altitude with high slopes, frequent and high rainfall intensity, and highly populated area. Because we know Rwanda is kind of here or southern here country. And many locations is quite poor. Right? So the incidence is considerably gravitated by lack of the vulnerable community approach and risk awareness. Not vulnerability, it's under the disaster threat. Right? We can see last 3 decades, total disaster events non-linearly increase until now, right? And different kind of the disasters, no matter the floods, heavy rainfall, and then the slides and the drought, they all keep one kind of linearly increase. And then we can see special distribution in Rwanda. North and the west part with the high elevation, with the heavy rainfall area, get much more floods and landslides, and also results huge losses in lives and asset, even infrastructures. Just half years ago, right, in May, I come here actually June, and we visited those areas suffered from the floods and the landslides. As the report before on the 16th May, we can see more than 130 facilities, fatalities, and more than 5,000 or close 6,000 displaced families, close affected provinces, and also many infrastructures and bridges, healthcare centers, houses, all got affected. But in our neighbor, Gangko region, it's suffered much, much more. I read some news, more than 400 life losses, and almost 5,000 people missing or displaced to other locations. So it's quite a severe situation. In June, the International Organization report these flood events is the second largest or severe natural disaster following Turkey earthquake. So this event is quite serious or severe in Rwanda, not only in Rwanda, even in Africa or globally. Face this kind of situation, actually, Rwanda government developed a national disaster risk management plan in 2013, which to ensure the effective disaster management. The aims of this plan is to better prepare for the response to natural and man-made disasters, as well as human-induced emergencies. It also provides arrangement for disaster risk management, as well as awareness and readiness to responding to and recover from the disasters. However, the vulnerability to disaster risk is even increasing in the Rwanda. Right? There are some reasons for this one, right? Because of its rapidly growing and poor populations, and the location with a high elevation and changing the climate and the weathers. And the region major located in the poor and largely inhabited areas. This data is from the report of the government department. Then what can be done, or what are limitations? Of course, we cannot change the topographic, right? We cannot change the hill or mountains. So it may not be feasible to control natural and stop occurrence of those natural phenomena. However, we may do something, right? We can make all efforts to avoid disasters and alleviate their negative impacts. We also can create some hazard susceptibility maps describing the actual or future threat from the unstable slopes and inundations. Of course, difficulty remains, right? Because of the lack of temporal data not available, right? So it makes our difficulty to do something for this assessment. And we also lack of the knowledge of suitable methodology for the studies. So currently, we face some problems or some research gaps in Rwanda, right? We already mentioned disaster continuously increase and not too much or very few studies on this topic. And we know this kind of floods and landslides, just like human beings, we have memory. If one location or locations happens once, then maybe in future or next, it always will be happened. But these kind of conditions, currently we didn't understand very well. Another one is perception of community on their risk related to hazards without enough intentions. And the seldom used as an influence factor in the literature, even for their life. And we all not yet pay enough efforts for predicting floods and landslides, and how to reduce the risks incurred from those hazards. Monitoring, mapping, and the forecasting of those hazards is not enough. We didn't prepare or good enough as the required with the different area of the country. So we keep some challenges for our research. Right? So we want to know, right, what are planned and safe area to floods and landslides in Rwanda. And next one will be, what are the factors most influencing the occurrence of floods and landslides? And under which factors and conditions floods and landslides occur at the same time in Rwanda, right? And fourth, to what extent the community realize the susceptibility level of their residents. Finally, we want to see, right, does community perceptions on the floods and the landslides risk play a role on the susceptibility of the area? Then what objects you want to get, right? General objects for this kind of research should be assess the spatial distribution of susceptibility and link the resources to the perception of the community in floods and landslides risk in Rwanda. To reach those objective, we have to do something, right? We have to do some research and with some tasks. And for our study, we already take those 7 tasks. Of course, it's not only for one project. We combine several projects and several publications, right? From the events, historic events, right? Then selection factors influence those events. And some method, how to, right? Do those mapping and then analysis. Then we have to identify any common factors or facts between the landslides and the floods. Then we have to validate data or convince ourselves and our audience why my study is right, my result is correct, right? Then have to show others, especially local community, their perception on the disaster risk. Of course, we took the Rwanda as a study earlier, right? We knew, right? And maybe for first time come to Rwanda, maybe know this kind of big picture on Rwanda. We only knew, right? Rwanda is a southern hills country, produce lots of the coffee, beans, and the tea, and we have some like flowers and landslides and the beautiful national park and wild animals with wonderful biodiversity. Like, but we have to show some special, right? Very nice weather. Annually, temperature from 14 to 28, with average of 22, 23. So make our life very suitable or very pleasant. And we use those data set to assess or evaluate of the susceptibility of landslides and floods. And this shows some resolution of the data and the data sources and the methodology. Methodology is quite kind of the key component of the study. If we can use proper or good methodology to fit our objectives or research tasks, and will bring us much confidential result or credit. So it's quite a normal flow chart of the study from the data collections and prepare our data, which kind of assess the indicator for our study, and use some method, modeling as a method. And we use the collected data for training the model and also to test, even validate the model. Finally, we can use those calculations as our output for our study. And it is quite a general introduction for those methods, right? From NDSI, just soil, and NDVI, just vegetation, TWI, just water, topographical wetness index, and as PR, those all has some. And those data normally we get from the remote sensing images and analyze those data from the remote sensing images. Then models, right? First one, we use the logistic regression model. This method, right, describes the association between the dependent variable and independent variables. According to the relationship, and we choose the highest numbers or result. Then we can use those formulas or equations to calculate the result. And here we can see the flood susceptibility index, and we show it in space. And this one is for the landslides. We use the frequency ratio model. This one just show calculate the ratio of the probability of accuracy to the probability of non-accuracy for given attributes. Right? It's also some symbols and formulas to calculate landslide susceptibility index. Then we do the validations, right? We can use, because when you're testing or modeling, we use some reference data, then compare the simulated data, then see the specificity and the sensitivities. Simulate force, then compare two. Then we can finally use the ACU, this kind of accuracy curve, to evaluate the calculation credit. Then we collect historical happened events, like we got the flood inventory 153 past events and 423 past events in terms of the landslides. Then we already use those factors to evaluate this kind of distribution of the landslides and the floods. Right? We use the 13. We use 13 indicators to calculate our result. First, the elevation, slope, aspects, and the distance to river, because disasters is very important. Distance to load is very important, or distance to river. These two indicators are very important. Help us identify which ones are vulnerable to those two disasters. Then 13 indicators we calculated. Then firstly, we to the calculations between the flood and the influence factors, we can see, right? There are 4 factors. It's significant link to the floods, right? And profile, curvature, and the distance to road, and the final one is rainfall. Of course, right? No rainfall, no floods. So this one should be no doubt, right? Then NDVR is quite important factor to influence the floods. Because here, we mentioned this one is in most locations or area, then the farmers to clear the grassland and the forest to plant even tea and other agricultural crops. So it changed like vegetation, land use. So it will reduce the interception of the rainfall water. So the rainfall water will directly become overflow and discharge to the river. And already mentioned rainfall and some profile curvature. This one just will influence the surface water flow. And it will, of course, in here we can see, right? This is the positive linkage. Just means it will reduce water surface flow, surface water flow. But problem is, it will create another issue, soil erosions. Right? Because in the Rwanda, even we go to some river, we can see the water quality or suspended particles in the water is proportion or ratio is very high. Even they can change the color of the water become from clear to the yellow. So this when we evaluate one indicator, the laws, right? You have some positive or negative effects on environment or study target. Then the slides. Of course, if the land is flat, you never imagine then the slides happened. So elevation and the slope is quite important 2 factors to influence the landslides or triggered landslides. But others like land use and land change, and land use and land type change also will play key roles to influence the landslides. Then some common factors we want to answer this question, right? Rainfall is exactly happens or play key roles to cause the floods and the landslides, right? And the vegetation, we already mentioned, right? It will change the partition of the water from the rainfall to the surface water or soil moisture, and also interception of the rainfall water directly to the land surface. So here we can make a short conclusion, right? Area receive higher rainfall with lack of enough vegetation cover are predicted as highly susceptible to both flooding and landslides in Rwanda. Then after calculation and validate, we can see the distribution of the landslides and floods susceptibility. Let's see the left one, right? The floods. We can see it's quite overlay with the topographic and the rainfall, right? Because as a common knowledge, the precipitation will increase as the elevation increase. So we can see much higher mountains or elevations always get much more rainfall or precipitations. But the landslides are a little bit different. It's not totally overlayered together. This depends on not only the elevation, it also influenced by the slopes, and with the vegetation. So if we view it in different provincial level, right? We know East province is quite, with very few precipitation, is dry area and much flat. So no this kind of the floods or landslides. But urban area, right? The more and more people heavily get together and settle in the urban systems. Because of drainage system, because of the cement surface of the earth. So it's quite easily to form the flood in the urban area. But in the downtown area, maybe not too much suffer from the landslides. But the surrounding area with the hills or the mountains, there are some locations suffered from the landslides. And currently, one of my students, they are doing some very high resolution landslides or suitability for the settlements. Then in that case, we may show some results to allocate the local residents to some safe locations. And the North Province, right? North Province is much higher in elevations and also quite intensive agriculture activities. So it not only will heavy rain, not only will cause the floods and the landslides, it also will mention that like soil erosions. It's quite severe or serious issues currently in Rwanda. Last time when we visited here, visited UNILAG, we already discussed and mentioned lots of the fertile soil allotted through the Nile River to the downstream. So it should be pay more attention for this part. And the Western province most consists of the high mountains. Of course, there are some national park there or some, they may protect the soil erosions, but those provinces dominated by steep slopes, water flow toward the valley, which cannot effectively absorb and accommodate all the water due to the increased solid waste from the human activities and which may crack the path of the drainage systems. And the South Province maybe a little bit change difference with partial locations suffer the rainfall and floods and the landslides. Then we validated the result or validated our model, right? You can see this kind of common method to validate these modeling results. These curves covered much more area. Normally, will be 50%. If result covered curve covered more, that means your result is much better. So it looks good one. So landslides and floods susceptibility, we already show this map, but now we go back to the community risk perceptions, right? But it mentioned we cannot stop those natural phenomena, right? But we can arm ourselves with knowledge, so we can reduce the losses in terms of life asset. And why this kind of increase in terms of the disaster risk vulnerabilities? Right? Mitigation is not so. It's still prominent compared to the adaptation. Adaptation and the mitigation is actually two processes, right? But these two processes are not going to the same step. Currently, low level of communities, this direct participation in the decision making, and also lack of the appropriate and timely forecasting systems. And most important one also is limited early warning and evacuation procedures, and research not enough. It's very limited on those far areas. And inappropriate use and management of natural resources, particularly in land and water resources. So we have to integrate those local just means community level, right? Local communities' traditional knowledge with modern technology in disaster mitigation and adaptation. With providing early alert based on the science, time, and place of the disaster occurrence. This can play a significant role in disaster risk reductions. Then how do the community perceive vulnerabilities? Of course, it depends on different or several factors from the root level to and weight each factor's contributions. So in this case, when we do this research, we have to make some assumptions, make some hypotheses, right? This approach in the local community could enhance this disaster risk awareness and preparedness. And the community's socio-economic and physical environmental context analysis helps to assess and indicate its risk vulnerability triggering factors. The special link as special ranking and the distribution of the vulnerability level leads to the strengthening the risk reduction and resilience. Of course, the method that we used, these studies, we used the questionnaire, go to field, interview with the local residents, and we use the simple random and the snowball method to pick up the subjects and interview. And we use SPS as the tool to analyze the result. We take two cases. Here I introduce two cases. One is the one district in the West provinces, right? We choose 240 individuals for interview, and all they are identified floods, landslides is most highest two disasters, and heavy wind and earthquake also follow those two disasters, but not so much, and not so significant the disasters. And how to get those information for the disasters? Most people they didn't get any alert or warning before the disasters. Most get information from after the disasters, from the radio, maybe now can get the data from the cell phones. And the most target or subjects, they believe government should pay more attention for the disaster reduction and the mitigations. And the second one is local community should pay more attention, make more efforts for disaster reduction and the mitigation. But they didn't think they own, they self or individual should pay more attention for these events, right? The next one is the second example at the national level. For the 5 provinces with the Kikali, we use questionnaire to interview, and we select 11 districts, and each district select 50 individuals for interviews. And this is the result. More than 70% they think experienced disasters and under the threat from the disasters. And they also show some mitigation responsibilities. Exactly, we can see different from the rural area, from different regions, different provinces, and big city like Kigali. In the big city, they will think government should pay more attention, do more responsibilities for these disaster reductions, right? And the mitigation measures, of course, they suggest to think allocation and the land settlement, right? Currently, I saw some areas suffer from the landslides. They are planning to relocate. And they also think the forestation is quite important, because we already mentioned that it can partition the water for different paths. And some conclusions, right? Of course, we already mentioned rainfall, vegetation. These 2 key factors to influence floods and landslides, and perception of the community. I think government should pay more attention, pay more efforts, less from the community and the residents, right? And some recommendations, and we will make some recommendations for government. So government should increase the current disaster reduction, disaster risk reduction activities to normal practice, not like once it happened, then we do something. And also, we mentioned it may learn some new some better practice, like China, we made some practice called natural secondary successions that may help us to recover the vegetation and the forestation. And for research, like we may use higher resolution images or some new modeling like machine learning technology may help us to do better research on this one. And these last 7 years, we have done this kind of research, the publications, and one books we have done. And it's not, this work not done by myself, right? We have a team, right? One, and will be Dr. Richard Majad and Dr. Mahalia. And very good is these 2 10 years apprentice, but the day before yesterday, I saw that one is grow up. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Again, a big round of applause to Professor Lanihai, please. Yes. This is what I like about research, because look, the study was conducted in Rwanda to save the lives of Rwandans. And this is a tangible product of this cooperation between UNILAC and the Xinjiang branch Chinese Academy of Science. It's really good. And you know, those landslides, you know, those different issues just Rwanda is facing now. And now from researchers, we have solutions. That's how researchers save lives. Even though sometimes the impact is not measured, but through a study like this, yes, lives of people are being saved or are going to be saved. Well, as we said, we're going to listen to our third presenter, then questions will come just at the end. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much. Well, the next or the third presentation comes from Dr. Mupenzi. Dr. Mupenzi, Christophe, is he's an environmental assessment expert with academic rank of senior lecturer. He holds a PhD in physical geography from the University of Chinese Academy of Science and he holds a PhD in physical geography from University of Chinese Academy of Science. He also holds the Masters of Science in Agroforestry and Soil Management from the former University of Rwanda. He has more than 15 years of experience in developmental projects and 10 years of teaching at university level. Dr. Mupenzi has more than 40 published papers in peer-reviewed journals. He got many opportunities to attend several national and international conferences. He also attended workshops and professional trainings on development and environmental related discussions as organizer, as a presenter, as a participant, where he published many papers in international journals. He's also a member of Regulatory Council of Rwanda Association of Professional Environmental Practitioners. He's also licensed as a lead environmental assessment expert. Currently, he's the Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Studies at University of Lay Adventist of Kigali, UNILAC. Today, Dr. Mupenzi's presentation will be about soil and water baseline and analysis and the end line survey for sustainable agriculture in Nyirabidibiri wetland, that's in Rwamagana district. Again, today, this study is an example to show us how UNILAC approaches citizens to change their lives through research. It's also an example of what the cooperation between UNILAC and the Xinjiang branch Chinese Academy of Science can lead to, as the present study, what he's going to talk about, was possible through a land and water lab from this cooperation. Again, allow me to welcome Dr. Mupenzi, please. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. As the moderator said, I'm Dr. Mupenzi Christophe, the Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Studies at UNILAC. I'm happy to be here to present after Professor Lilanhai and take this opportunity to thank him. Professor Lilanhai was my supervisor at PhD when I was doing my PhD in Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. He did a lot to make me as I'm standing here today, due to advices and the mentorship and so forth. Thank you, Professor. As the moderator said, let me start by saying the purpose of this research or this project. UNILAC as a university, having the mandate of doing whatever the university is supposed to do, service to the community is also a priority for UNILAC. In this regard, UNILAC used the available facilities, including the Environmental Research Center, which was obtained due to the partnership between UNILAC and Xinjiang Institute of Ecology. In the research center, we have laboratories having the capacity to do analysis of soil, water, even the laboratory of GIS and remote sensing. Apart from using these facilities to help our students and the researchers, the idea came to approach local farmers and help them to benefit from what is being done or conducted at UNILAC. In this regard, the topic related to the soil and the water quality was formulated in partnership with the Rwamagana district in order to allow farmers to know the status of their soils. Generally, our local farmers used to do agriculture by using different inputs, but without having any information on the status of their soils and the water used in irrigation. In this context, the study was initiated in order to help the community in general. This is a background of the logic of having this study. The title is The Soil and the Water Baseline Analysis and the Endline Survey, of course. Because the project is still ongoing, the first phase was to assess, to analyze the soil and water. The second, those are phases of the project, as I said, because the project is still ongoing. The first one, we did the soil and water analysis. The second, we did also a baseline survey. And after having this information, we went on field, we did result dissemination, or we took the recommendations from the research and we approached the local farmers. We informed them about the status of their soil in order to know what to do. And the current situation in this season A, which started in September this year, farmers are using the recommendations that have been given from this research. Then after 2 years, we shall go back on that area and do the endline survey to see the impact of the research to the production. It's still ongoing, and we hope that the endline survey will come as the last phase of our project. As we are aware about the soil, the role of soil being a fundamental of natural resources and affecting a lot the ecological environment, soil is key in different users, or different users use the soil. Specifically, the agricultural production relies on the soil. I'm talking about the Rwandan context because we have, there is different technologies like hydroponics and others where the agriculture can be done without even relying 100% on soils. Then this soil which is used for agriculture is a combination of different factors or different elements, including the mineral components, soil organic matter, air and water, and the combination of these make the soil to do whatever is being done, specifically when we talk about the agriculture production. The balanced ratio of those physical organic components, as has been presented on the previous slide, air and soil, and air and water, make the soil beneficial for the users because it allows the exchange of different nutrients, including the drainage, oxygen, and root zones that make the crops to produce a lot or to give what is supposed to be obtained. Then the major challenge behind this agricultural production, as I said, is basing on the lack of information. Most of the farmers used to apply like fertilizers without knowing the status of their soils. And the impact of it will not be losing the means to buy those inputs, fertilizers, but also the contamination or polluting the environment, specifically the underground water, which ends up by depleting the soil in general as other natural resources. Analysis of soil characteristics give the clear information and allows the users of the soil to use or to benefit from this information. And it is against this background that UNILAC, in partnership with Rwamagana District, and as I said, and our international partners, which availed the means to do the research, Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The idea came from that. And the topic related to the soil and water baseline survey was started at that time. Then, the project aims at determining the environmental baseline data for allowing sustainable agriculture in the study area, specifically the soil and water, not all environmental baseline data. Specifically, the study was done for the purpose of analyzing the present acreage, cropping patterns, farm inputs, and the productivity generated by cooperatives using the study area. As I said, farmers in the study area has their own way to grow crops and gets different supports from the local institution, including the extension agents and so forth. And the target of our study was to see the status, the current one. Then, in addition to that, the other objective was to analyze the physical chemical properties of soil in the study area irrigation scheme. Then, the other objective was to measure the chemical, physical, and biological properties of soil or of surface water in different seasons. Because the study area has an irrigation scheme using water, we decided also to assess or to do a clear analysis of the water. Another one was to measure, as I said, to analyze the physical landscape of the study area by using GIS and remote sensing. Because in agriculture, we can't judge the current situation without having the background information. How was the land cover in the previous period of time, based on GIS and remote sensing information. We used it also to get the information on land use, land cover change for the previous time. Then, as I said, the recommendations was given to the farmers. It has been achieved, this objective, and currently they are growing their crops basing on the information from the research. Then, finally, the end-line survey will be conducted in order to see the impact of this study to the agriculture production. This is the study area. As I said, the study was conducted in Rwamagana district. Nyirabidibiri wetland is located in between 3 sectors, administrative sectors, as you can see on the map. The methodology used for this study, for the soil quality, based on the topography and the size of the study area, land cover and land use, we took soil samples basing on the topography of the area, and it was done for creating the homogeneity to the surface. Then we also took both disturbed and undisturbed soil samples for each sampling points, depending on the parameters to be assessed under each type of sample. Then the total number of surface soil samples were 52 composite samples in the study area. Then an appropriate soil auger has been used to collect all disturbed soil samples. For each layer, between 700 and 1,000 grams of soil, composite soil sample were packaged before going to the laboratory to do the proper analysis of the samples. For the soil analysis, we did a physical parameters analysis of the soil, including the soil color, which has been determined in situ on field using the chart of soil color to determine chroma, hue, and the value from the Maxwell code chart. The particle size distribution was also determined by using hydrometer method for estimating sand, silt, and clay proportion. Then the textural classification was done by using the USDA textural triangle. Then another parameter among the physical properties of soil was the bulk density, which was determined using core method with undisturbed samples. As I mentioned, both disturbed and undisturbed samples were collected for the purpose of reaching the target, depending on the parameters of the soils. Then the infiltration rate has been estimated by using a double ring infiltrometer in situ on the ground. Then soil analysis related to the chemical parameters. Those are chemical parameters that have been analyzed, including the pH and the electrical conductivity, total organic carbon and organic matter, available basic cations, including the mag, those chemical elements, available nitrogen, phosphorus, total exchangeable acidity, and cations exchange capacity. Those are chemical parameters that have been analyzed in our study. Then, for the water quality assessment, as I said, the study area contains the irrigation scheme, which is generally used by the farmers to irrigate their crops. We also did water quality assessment in order to meet the objectives of the study related to the water quality assessment. 3 surface water samples were collected in the study area, and sampling sites were specially identified from the dam located at the top of the wetland up to the down part of the wetland. Next is the parameters assessed in water quality assessment. It's a long list, but all of them have been analyzed in the laboratory located at UNILAC. Then all physical and chemical analysis on the surface water have been conducted, as I said, in the laboratory located in UNILAC. And apart from soil, water, we did also the land use and land cover assessment. This is the methodological part related to how we did this land use and land cover context. In order to delineate the catchments of the study area and obtaining the land use, land cover information, we used Landsat 8 image delivered by USGS Global Visualization. And the image were processed using the required techniques, appropriate one. Then the image classification was based on 5 different land use, land cover change classes, which are forest land, grassland, cropland, wetland, and settlements. Then this figure shows the context after assessing this land use, land cover context. Starting from 1990, you can see the change now, the current situation 2020, how the land cover has changed from the forest land, the big part, the current situation is this has Salinity is an important parameter since it reflects the extent to which the soil is suitable for growth. As expected, the obtained values for electrical conductivity was varying in that way as you can see, which indicate that salinity is not only important concern in the study area, and on the basis of this saturation extract method values of 0.0 up to 0, they are safe. This was positive, and it doesn't mean that farmers must leave it as is today, but farmers must observe the current situation, even if it seems to be good, but they have to do their best to observe. This was the farmers as recommendation. As per soil organic matter, it appears from the table number 3 up to number 6 that the cation exchange capacity varies too much from one sampling site or location to another. This sees systems as the average of different chemical properties of soil. It gives, or it comes as a result of the single chemical parameters. And having this variation means a lot, or is clear, for that is obvious. Apart from soil status, water quality also has been assessed, as I said. And this table number 7 shows the water quality at upper part of the wetland, as I said, that sampling was done depending on the logic of the wetland. This table shows the upper part of a sampling location for the physico-chemical parameters of the water. For the middle part of the study area, this table also shows the clear orientation or the result from this research. In addition to that, our findings was compared to the standard, specifically for water quality. The standard for World Health Organization guidelines for drinking water, and for the Food and Agriculture Organization guidelines for irrigation water, because we assessed this water quality for the purpose of allowing farmers to be safe in using that water. By comparing with the World Health Organization guidelines and the FAO guidelines, we come up with a clear orientation and a guidance that was disseminated to the farmers. The third table shows the status of water quality at downstream sampling location, and also all these parameters were compared to the guidelines or standard from those international organizations. Finally, as conclusion, the results shows that there is a spatial variations of analyzed parameters in soil and water. It means that land use cover has remarkable impacts on soil and water. Comparing the findings with the World Health Organization and the FAO standards shows that most of the water parameters are in normal range of drinking water and for irrigation. And for soil quality, analyzed parameters shows positive status comparing to the general requirements. Specifically can be obtained by comparing the ecological requirements of grown crops in the study area. Recommendations have been given to the users and all stakeholders. As I said, the project, we did a session to disseminate, to go on field and inform the local farmers about these findings from research, and advised them to do their best in order to produce a lot. specifically the sustainability. Production needs to be sustainable. And the current situation, these recommendations have been given from the district level, decision makers, extension agents, and farmers. Currently, they are growing crops for this season, season A of 2024, applying these recommendations given. And then after, at the end of the project, we shall do the endline survey. Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doctor. And to the audience also, thank you so much for the round of applause to Dr. Mupenzi. Well, as he said at the beginning when he was starting, he said UNILAC is built on the 3 pillars: teaching, service to the community, but also research. And I'm so glad that the research pillar is being exploited well through the partnership he mentioned. This is a time for questions and answers. Question, answers, and comments, because as I said, we have within this audience many scholars in the field. Please, it's not about questions only, it's also about suggestions and so on, because as we said, research saves lives. Well, let me ask our presenters to come forward. They're going to occupy those seats there, and then the audience will have a chance to ask questions or to share any ideas, any comments. Please come forward. And as they're coming forward, let me remind the audience about those topics. The first topic was about contributing to African biodiversity conservation, an overview of the Sino-Africa Science and Education collaboration by Professor King Feng Wang. Then the second presentation was on susceptibility analysis for hydrological hazard and community risk perception case, flood and landslide in Rwanda by Professor Alan Hai. And then the third one, the last not the least, was about soil and water baseline and analysis and end-line survey for sustainable agriculture in Nyabidigiri wetland in Rwamagana district by Dr. Mupenzi. Well, now, this is how we're going to proceed. We're going to, if you have questions, or comments, you're going to raise your hands, and then a microphone will be given to you. And to anyone who's going to have to say, he's going to say your name, to mention your name, where you came from. Then you go straight to the point, because we only have 30 minutes. So thank you so much. Now the floor is yours, please. Okay. Yes. Great. As I said, we're going to take 3 questions, and then when those 3 questions are answered, we're going to move it to another series of questions.
Okay, this is Jie Liu from Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography, Chinese Academic Science. I would like to have questions for Professor Mupenzi. And thank you for your nice presentation. You have given very detailed information regarding the soil situation and the water situation in your study area. Actually, I would like to ask a question regarding this topic. Is the soil salinity the big problem for the local community? And secondly, what's the major soil problem and the water problem for the agricultural practice in Rwanda? 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. The second, okay, goes to you.
Thank you. I'm James Kantka Mhanda from lecture at the University of Riyadh Adventist of Kigali. My question goes to Professor. Just as you have presented in the first presentation, we have seen most of the parts deals with the conservation, environmental conservation. Then my question is, what are you planning for the rural communities in relation to the environmental conservation in the project that you're carrying out today? Thank you.
I have a question which I want to address. I have a question which I want to address to Professor Liraha. It's a question related to landslide. Even if I didn't do the accuracy assessment, based to the image to map of landslide, it's true that landslide in those protected area like Nyungwe Forest is not high, it's just very low. As well as for Akagera National Park. So my question is this. We find that some of the factors for landslide is elevation, rainfall, and slope. And it's true that for those areas with high slope, it's where we have high landslide. And among those factors, it's an increase of population. And based on the area of 26 square kilometers and the population of 13 millions, our population continue to grow. So then how can we, and you know, when you go for the part of land use and land cover, that part of land cover, you find that as the population is increasing, is affecting the land cover, because build-up will be increased based on population. And here in Rwanda, we use horizontal. Build-up is based on horizontally, not vertically. So my question is this: what do you think about the increase of the population of our countries? And you know, we have also some factors. You know, you find that for those much more affected areas is where we have high land slope, elevation, and rainfall also based on the nature of the location of our country. We have high rainfall. So what shall we do?
Thank you so much, Dr. Enan. Oh yes, let me share maybe, let's take just 5 questions. Yes. Yes, sir. Prof.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate these research topics. They have been well presented. However, I have 3 small questions. And the first question goes to Dr. Christopher. I'd like to know whether there has been a comparative study on soil quality between less acidic soil and more acidic soil, so that more recommendations may be given to the farmers. Now, the second question is about the natural disasters. We know that there are many natural disasters. You have floods, bushfire, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and so on and so forth. I'd like to know whether there are causes beyond men's control. And if yes, which are those? And if no, what are the challenges to address those known causes by men. Now, the third question is about endangered species in biodiversity. What are the challenges faced by researchers in addressing the problems faced by endangered species, those species which are threatened by special natural disasters, including man and the fauna and the flora? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. The last question before we move it to the second series of questions. Yes, I have my sister.
Thank you very much. I am Kebeti Newman from Liberia and a current senior student of UNILAG. So I have 3 questions, and one is for the first presenter, and another one for the second, and another one for the third. So for the first presenter, my question here is, how can a country or community dwellers contribute in mitigating biodiversity loss? And for our second presenter, my first question is, what are some effective measures in disaster preparedness? And the second one is, who are more vulnerable to disaster when it takes place and why? And my last question goes to the last presenter. And my question here is, what are some characteristics of soil that farmers can use for sustainable development or management?
Well, thank you so much. Those 5 questions are very pertinent. And then my microphone goes to presenters.
Thanks for those questions. Actually, it's quite interesting questions. Also, we are facing those kind of issues. First, I mentioned those kind of common factors. Okay, common factors. Those factors, actually only the land cover and the land use change related to the human activities. Others normally just natural factors, right? And floods and landslides, right, is always should be associated. Maybe the floods is independent, but landslides is cause or trigger, normally triggered by the floods, right? So as the human population grows rapidly, then one important factor is mobility of the population. And if one family or one individual live one place, then they may looking for other places to maybe make some food or some other livelihood, right? So human being grows, population grows, is one of the Java the people move from one place to another place. And other place may be quite prone to the natural disaster, such as the floods and then the slides. Then also the guys mentioned how to do it, how to mitigate it. Of course, normally we have two ways, right, for the disaster reduction. One is the mitigation. We just mentioned some measurements how to mitigate those kind of disasters. Another one is the adaptation. We just have to make some way to adapt first, right? But many cases we cannot adaptate. We have to do mitigate it. And for those kind of reduction of the landslides or floods, first one I already mentioned is the allocation or the settlements. You just relocate from one place to another place, to a safe place. But it's, in Rwanda, maybe we can not easily to find another much safer locations for settlement. So in that case, we have to do something, right? Like build up engineering projects. Like I already saw some places in Rwanda, we had some small dams. We can restore waters, especially to save lost water. We call it flood water as the sources, not the floods always bring the water from other regions to other locations. But if we can build enough or prepare the dams, then we can store the water during the rainy season and use it in drought season. This is one way to build the dams. Then of course we can do some others, like mentioned afforestation, like we can plant some trees, and this also can, like the tourist practice, just make the plant the trees, grass, even the tea, right? We grow teas like a tourist one, and it can firstly and they use the and service the if we plant some trees, right? Of course, tree or grasses, they can grow the roots. It's good for protect the surface soil. So those kind of practice may help us to reduce the risk from the floods and slides. And if we only talk about the population growth, right, and many practice already show that you set up a new village or some township, move the population to the towns, then it will be much easier for the city management, like some health center and the shopping center, some service center. It will be also good way allocated people from the rural area to the town or cities, right? And second one is mentioned is, of course, in Rwanda, there are many, not only the floods and landslides, there are many others. We have mentioned wind, right? Some fires and maybe the volcanoes exports, right? Those are all the different kind of disasters may happen in Rwanda. We already mentioned that we have to do, we can actually, sometimes we can do nothing on those kind of natural events. Only those things we can do, like I mentioned. We can, human is a good one. Human is a good species. We can run away. Not like a tree, like the plants. It's grow there and cannot move. But the human beings can move from one place to another place, choose better or safer location for living. So I don't think any other more measures better for these kind of the disasters. We only can mitigate. It's currently adaptation capacity is very low, especially under the climate change and population grows rapidly. And sorry, so the one I didn't hear clearly. May you repeat and speak loudly?
So I didn't capture all of your question. Please, can you repeat?
So my question was, how can a country or a community dwellers contribute in mitigating biodiversity loss?
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't follow, didn't get it.
How a country can...
This country?
Yes. Yes. How can a country or a community contribute to mitigating biodiversity loss for natural development?
You mentioned the community, right? Community contributions or some laws for the disaster reduction or risk reduction, right? Because as we learned traditionally, all personnel result from the residents. Most residents think the government should do more for the mitigation and the reduction of the disasters. But if we consider the community level, and there are many kinds of activities can be made to contribute, such as the training course. As I know, in Kigali, there are some preliminary school, middle school, and even university. They can offer some training course, and sometimes not regular meetings. They will call the residents to the center to introduce some information or some knowledge for the mitigating disaster risks. And community also may cooperate with the, like some administration or agency for the disasters. Then we get some early alert information and tell the local member of the community. And we can do some preparation for the before disaster comes. So I think it's two ways. One is the organized training course or some, no matter the cost or some posters, we also can help the residents. Second one is just do some early alert information forecast and help local residents.
Thank you so much, Professor. Join me, please, to express our thanks to the Professor for those provided answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Liutie asked the question related to is the current soil status a problem? As the findings has shown, the status of soil, if I take a typical example on pH, is not a problem for the farmers because it's ranging from 5 to 6. And when the pH is in that range, it means the acidity is low. And when the acidity is low, it means that whatever inputs like fertilizers are added to that soil, the crops can benefit, can get those added fertilizers. But if the acidity of soil is low, it means the pH is tending to be like 2 or 3, because in Rwandan context, we have some places, some regions, where the pH is 3 or 2.5. And in that context, it's a problem for farmers, because they are required to add more so that the pH can be raised from that status. The second concerns from Professor Lutier, saying that what are the major problems of agriculture facing in Rwanda. The key one is in Rwandan context, farmers are doing the rain-fed agriculture. It means most of our farmers are relying on rainfall. And as we are aware about the climate change context all over the world, things are changing at any time. And most of the time, during the growing season, planting period of crops, they used to miss, don't have enough rain. And when they get is raining, it can be excess rain. Typically, this can be a one cause or being considered as a problem, but also the soil status. Rwanda, as known as a country of 1,000 hills, even the variability of soil is enormous. Soil is varying because soil scientists raised the issue saying that a soil can be considered as passing through different stages. A soil can burn, soil can grow, and at a certain stage, soil will be considered as dead material. In that context, you can't grow anything on that soil. I'm talking about soil in the context of agriculture context. It means Rwanda, as a country with a topographical design, as most of us know, the soil status is changing all over the country. From eastern, it's exposed to the erosion, as Professor Lanhai mentioned, due to the research conducted and so forth. Another question from Professor Jacques, he wants to know if is there any comparative study on more and less acidic soils. These studies have been conducted, but the key fact here, all crops, each crop has its own ecological requirement. Let me take a typical example. When you say like a maize, a maize has the ecological requirement in order to be grown or to produce enough. Each crop has its own ecological requirement. And as long as the soil is acidic, it means it's not ranging in the context of favoring any crop to be grown there. I can give a typical example, like when we talk about acidic soil in Rwandan context, like in an area known as Karongi district in Gisovo part, the tea grown in that area is a good quality of tea. But the acidity of that soil, the pH is ranging from 2 up to 3. The soil is highly acidic, but it's still favorable to certain crops, including like tea. And the coffee is also among those crops that can even survive, like cassava also, and so forth. It means being an acidic soil, less or more, it can be managed, and studies have been conducted comparing the two contexts, but the key is each crop has its own ecological requirement, and it's up to the farmers to know what to do, so that if I'm growing my crops on an acidic soil, I need to reduce the acidity. I need to increase the pH of that soil. Typical example, like lime, known as ishwagara in Kinyarwanda. Even the recommendations that are given to farmers by the Ministry of Agriculture in Rwanda, they advise farmers to combine organic and chemical fertilizers. Why this recommendation is done? When you combine organic and chemical one, you are raising the pH of soil. You are reducing the acidity of soil in order to make the soil ready to capture the added nutrients, and the crops will benefit. Otherwise, when farmers use fertilizers like chemical fertilizers on soil, and it is an acidic soil, what happens? The nutrients will leach down in underground part of soil and automatically contaminates or pollute the underground water. This is the context in terms of acidic soil, less or high. Finally, Kebe asked a question about what are the characteristics of a sustainable a soil which can be sustainable, that can be favorable to farmers. As presented, we compare the findings from the guidelines or standard that have been established at international level. And any soil which falls in that range is favorable. In addition to that, the usage of that soil also can indicate or can guide any user of that soil. I think the favorable is a soil which is ranging in that limits that can be productive and not having an impact on the environment in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for answers. Thank you so much. Now, we are moving to the second series of questions. Of course, we're going to have, that we also have, because this is an international conference, we also have people who are following online. There will be some 2 questions maybe asked. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I am Ndokoe Pancras, based in the University of Technology and the Arts of Byumba, Gicumbi District, Northern Province, Rwanda. First of all, I would like to appreciate these kind of findings from these researchers. To be honest, to conduct a research is an energy-consuming work. It needs devotion. Thank you for this. My first question goes to Professor Wang. Unfortunately, he's not around. Maybe the present panelist will help in answering this question. The first question is this. As you know, Rwanda is experiencing the population increase. Population increase infers the resources use, I mean biodiversity use in terms of resources. Please, how can we reconcile that? We are experiencing population increase and we need sustainably use resources, biodiversity in terms of resources. How can we sustainably use that biodiversity when we are experiencing population increase? Secondly, I would like to address this question to Professor Lanhai. We are now facing the problem of landslide. Of course, we are facing hazards, but people are persisting in those areas prone to risks of hazards due to their living style. Is there any mitigating suggestion regarding that living style and that sustainability to hazards? My third question goes to Dr. Mupenzi, but it's not a question, it's a suggestion. Since that is a baseline study, maybe the findings may be applied to other area having wetland of the same features. I would like to suggest that they may recommend the application, the usability of the findings from their research to other area having the wetlands of the same features. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The question is well captured. Please go straight to the point.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sebahere Felicien, lecturer from Ines Ruhengeri. I have one question to Dr. Christophe, but I would appreciate if Professor have a saying on it. What type of challenges have you faced so far during your research, and how did you overcome them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for this this meeting whereby you exposed actually your studies, very interesting studies that we learned many things about environmental management. I'm Dr. Boaz, coming from Kigali Independent University. I'm also environmentalist. My concern is especially about a disaster that presented by Professor Lee. I think, okay, the professor in their studies presented the problem of rainfall, which is impacting floods and landslides in Rwanda. Yeah, this is true. But I think this is due to global issue, which is climate change. The climate change actually is a global issue. And to solve this issue is not locally. And it requires means, sufficient means. And in Rwanda, the problem we have is especially those means, because managing environment requires a lot of means. So, but I'm also emphasizing on ignorance of local communities. Most of problems also we don't know how to conserve water. There is a problem, I think, if we can maybe, okay, at a small level, at a small scale, if people can learn how to harvest rainwater, I think it can be one of also solutions. But this requires a lot of men. So I don't know what you think about water harvesting, if it cannot be one of the solutions at a small level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Over there.
Thank you, presenters. I have one question. I'm a lecturer at UNILAC. I have a question to address to Professor Lanhai. During his presentation, which was really good, very good, I found out that two models were used. One of the models used is frequency regression.
This frequency regression, frequency ratio. Oh, so I considered frequency regression, but it was a frequency ratio, right? Did they use regression? Let me continue with my question. Maybe he will address it in one way or the other. We know that in Africa and even in Rwanda, these models should rely on data, previous data, and most time these data sets are not available. Now, how I'm asking, how did he manage to get these observations which are over specified time period? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The last question. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Mapendo Minje from the University of Rwanda. My question goes to Dr. Mupenzi. I'm curious to know, how do you consider the use of biotic indicators while you are measuring the quality of ecosystems you've been dealing with? Let's say, for example, you have been dealing with soil quality and water quality, and you have been measuring the physiochemical parameters. I want to know, how do you value the role of biotic indicators in measuring the quality of the soil and the water? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I saw just one hand raised there, and of course it's going to be maybe the last one, but let's go there, please, so quickly. About to finish. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Prosper Ebagabo. I'm from Rwanda Meteorology Agency. Just I wanted to comment on the good findings from Prof on the flood and land susceptibility, where just he was using the logistic regression methods and also the frequency ratio methods, and really they are very nice. The results are very good. But I also want to comment on the community perception on the flood and the landslide, where he put some statistics there, where just on the how the community perceives those flood and the landslide. But I want to ask on the level. Okay, he has also compared the national level and the community level, some of the perceptions. But I want to see on at the community level, the research also take into account the coping mechanism. Do also the community people understand what are the coping mechanisms for flood or landslide, or they are not aware at all? At which level of understanding? Okay, you mentioned their perception, but what are they doing? Is there anything that they doing at the community level? For example, if at the national level, probably they are doing that. At the national level, they are doing some policies. You mentioned some, like the disaster risk management plan that was established by the, but what is there at the community level? What are the community doing? Then another question to Dr. Pence, I think is also a kind of guidance. When looking on the land use and land cover projection, I call them projection because when you find the forest land has changed from 1990 up to 2020, it was changed from forest land to cropland. So then if there is that trend, what are you advising, like a kind of strategic advice to Wamagana district or any other institution? Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you so much. Let's take just the last question from that side, and then.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Nevis Donfrey, student at UNILAC. I have just one question concerning the first presenter. My question is that, can we globally reach towards the sustainable management of natural resources, since we know that there are some countries who heavily depend on the extraction of these resources? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, there was a question which was addressed to the professor when he was not there. Let me repeat. Let me ask him just to repeat it, and then we'll go through all questions.
Okay, thank you. Professor, thank you. Your research inspired me. Then triggers this question. Rwanda is experiencing population increase. Population increase means resources needs. It means population increase leads to the use of resources. Yet we know that we should sustainably use biodiversity as resources. Then, could you please help us by giving us some mitigating suggestion about the population increase and sustainable use of biodiversity as resources? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know where you're going to start. Oh, let's start with Professor here.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. So, we know that about 20 years ago in China, we were facing the same problem of the food. So, enough food is the first, the most important thing for all. I think not just for China, and also now in Rwanda and some other developing countries. So for this one, so we are trying to, firstly, so our experience how to deal with this kind of issue. So the new crops and also some high yield and also high quality of the new crops is very important. This one, either for the breeding of the new crops, and secondly is about the cultivation. The cultivation now, our experience in Africa and some other countries, the most important thing I think is for the farmers, they need the irrigation system, the water. So in the rainy season it's no problem, but in the drought, not enough water for even for drinking, so maybe it's a problem. Also, it's a big challenge for us to irrigate it, agriculture. That I think is very important. Last suggestion is about how to balance the demand of the resources from the nature and also from the modern agriculture. I think for some of the resources, a lot just from the cultivation, or still from the, I think, the nature. The nature, we need also some large scale for the modern cultivation. So it's very important as a substitution of the natural resources. So I think this is my suggestion, and also is from my experience, not just in Africa, also in China. So thank you, if that's okay.
Thank you so much, Professor. Now the floor goes to our panelists today.
Thanks for your concern, and it means you are so interested on those topics. First questions mention the people, local residents, persist stay at the old place and doesn't want to move to other place. How to solve this or deal with this problem? Yes, I very agree. For most people, residents, they will persist, live at home. We can see, for me, maybe it's called hometown or something, right? This is one kind of feeling for everyone has the, they will think or will miss the hometown or home location. Then what can you do, right? Already mentioned for this case, there are two ways. One is adaptation, another one is mitigation. Then how to adapt it? Right? It's difficult to adapt it. You just stay there and see what's happened. of course, it's not good options, right? Then we should do some mitigations, right? Reduce this kind of risk. So firstly, maybe we can and plant some big trees around the house. It may helps, but it depends like floods degree or landslides degree. With one given level with the landslides or floods, it should work, right? But if we have to do some assessment, which level we can suffer, right? Beyond the given level, then what we can do? Of course, you can in the mountains, you may dig some trench, right? And reduce the water directly rush to the buildings. I didn't think others measure can better to protect the facilities or household. It's very difficult question to answer, right? So, but anyway, we can do some mitigations. Okay, just reduce the risk from the floods and landslides. Just do some small protector engineering work. It may help. Second one question is the issues, right? Landslides or no matter landslides or floods, right? It's global issue. We always talk about if we want to solve problems, right? We can from global issue to local solution. Then all local solution means we can do something to reduce or mitigate the risk from the disasters. So for all Rwanda cases, right, I'm sure we can reference other measurements from different countries, no matter from America or Asia, right? So let's measure, like I already mentioned, the afforestation is quite popular and good one mitigation. And in China, we did a lot for the protection from the get rid of the risk from the landslides or floods, like other way, tourist plantation, and some very useful secondary and succession of the vegetation. Just like encircle some area as the protected area. It can keep it natural process for the restoration of vegetation. So let's kind of, also we have developed some like local solutions in the Africas, because we saw some measurements in Rwanda, not only tourist farming, also use some trench, which dig some how to say it, deep one, and help to store the water and reduce the surface water velocities. It all can be used for the mitigation measures. And so the ones mentioned that method, right? Of course, we only use the two methods to mapping the susceptibilities of the landslides and the floods. There are many methods currently can be used. We can use like machine learning and deep machine learning and the big data, or we can use those kind of methods to do it. And we cannot judge which method is better than others, because it totally depends on your research questions, your objectives. If we can answer our questions, we can solve your problems and reach the objectives. I will say the method should be okay. But in case that data are not available, right? It's quite a big issue in Rwanda. Then how can we do some more or further research on this topic? One way is, I mentioned, is machine learning. We already some scientists did a very good job for this one, used some very limited data to do this research. And another way is we can make some assumptions or scenarios, right? We use the one model to test its sensitivity. Then we can see how it responds to the natural disturbance, such as rainfall, right? Heavy rainfall. So we have to follow a different way, and we can see or meet our research target. And that's one question, is the policy making, or how to implement the policies for the measurements of disaster risks. Yes, we already mentioned that community level maybe they may not make policies. They may do something like help residents to do some real actions for the reductions of the risks. And the national level, maybe only like make some policies and do some emergency assistance. This will be from the national level. But the community level may do some more on the training and the prepared needs. Those kind of, also the training in awareness is the root of the solution for the disaster reductions. Of course, this one kind of feedback, right? Many information made from community level, even the individual or family level, then this influence or provide the information to the national level, then they may make decisions or some policies based on those information. Then this policy will be realized or implemented in the community level. So it's one kind of cycle of feedback relations from the national to community level. This is my answer. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Professor. Again, a big round of applause to Professor Lanihai, please. Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe before we hand the microphone to Dr. Christopher, because this is an international conference, it's just being followed all over the world. Now we have just one comment and a question, just from someone who's following online, who's online. This is from Iradukunda Clemence. She said, "Thank you, UNILAC. A great study by Professor Lanihai." So she said, it is really important for our country. But, then she asked the questions, is this study already published? If yes, may we have the link? Thank you so much, Professor.
Yes, we published the partial of the, because for any study, right, we only focus on one research question or two questions. We cannot solve all questions, right, or problems. Like we always mentioned, one hammer cannot solve all problems from the near, right? True. So we just focus partial. And we published around 10 papers with the UNILAC and one book published by the Spring.
Thank you so much. She got the answer. Dr. Christopher, please.
Thank you. Dr. Pancras suggested to extend the study in other areas of the country. As you know, research is done basing on the available means. If means allows, it can be extended, and it's possible. Felicie from INES wants to know the challenges that have been faced and how those challenges have been addressed. Normally, Rwandan farmers, the majority of them are local people. They are still relying on traditional means to do their activities. Their mindset is not ready to accept the new approach, the findings from researchers, even if they have extension agents to allow this transfer. This is the key, the main challenge. But increasing the awareness in partnership with the local institution at district levels, farmers, this the only way to allow farmers to address the challenge. Minje wants to know how do we value the role of biotic in analyzing soil. As I said, when you are doing a soil analysis on field, our lands are not homogeneous. Our lands are not flat like this room. When we sample soils, we need to create a kind of homogeneity. I said that some sampling sites were based on different levels of topography. This is one. Topography, but also when we took samples in deep part of soil, we also consider the biotic aspect, because on the upper part of soil, this is really, even by looking on our own eyes, having a lot in terms of organic matter. As we go in deep, depending on the study that is conducted, in methodology, we used to sample at different layers of the soil in order to take into account the biotic aspect. And finally, as organic matter has been among the parameters analyzed, is also linked to other properties to know exactly how this biotic aspect, how this organic aspect has been incorporated, and allows to recommend to know this soil status is in this context due to its location and so on. Lastly, Mr. Prosper, what can be done or can be advised to Rwamagana district considering the land use change status? This is well known by the district, and they have the land use master plan. The advice is to follow the land use master plan so that to reduce the potential problems that can be raised. Otherwise, once the land use cover is done in an unplanned way, it will end up by causing other negative effect. Thank you.
Dr. Christoph, sorry. It's also good to see a student sharing the panel with his professor. It's inspiring. Yes. Well, as Rwandan says, amazi yatembye ageze kure. It's been a while since we are seated here. It's been a while since we are seated here. So, which means our stomachs may be making some claims, maybe, who knows. Now, this is the end of this plenary session, and from here we're going to head to reception, and when we get there, we'll find the people who are going to take us to the right place. Then at 2, we'll have another very interesting session, which will happen here. So at 2, we're going to be here. And before I let you go, allow me to recognize some presence because as the first moderator said, there were some people who were not recognized. Please allow me to take just 1 minute. We have a representative from University of Rwanda, College of Science and Technology, who is here with us. We also have a UTAB representative. This is the Director of Research. We also have a representative from ULK, and then we have a representative from University of Rwanda College of Agriculture. We have also a representative from RAPEP, who's the one who have here is just the executive secretary. We have representative from Ines Ruhengeri. We have also a representative from PIAS. He's a director of quality. Finally, we have a representative from Rwanda Water Resources Board. Those are just different representatives who joined us, and we are so glad, we are so pleased to have you here. And let's clap hands for those people, please. Yes, he was reminding me that this afternoon, just from 2, we'll have just a parallel session. That's what I said at the beginning. So we're going to do our best to be here on time. So it is this recognition that marks the end of this plenary session, which was just moderated by me, Dr. Efradi Rulinda. God bless you all, and it was a pleasure to be with you. Enjoy your lunch.
Hosted by me and Professor Kant. And first part, I will monitor this session, and we will invite our presenter one by one, and we would like to restrict the time in 10 minutes, and no exit for 10 minutes, and we have to very tight schedule. And so first, we would like to invite Richard, and he will bring us the topic regarding the flood monitoring and also the risk analysis. Richard, where are you? Yes, yeah. Yeah, I think you are the first one. Did you copy the PPT? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to come and present the result of my research after taking a good lunch. I hope my research is just going to be well, since I have eaten very well at the hotel today. So my topic of presentation is all about stream flow regime characterization and its attribution to flood risk over an East African tropical river basin. My research was made by 3 keywords. We have the rainfall event, the stream flow regime, and flood risks. And this research has been conducted by me. My name is Minje Richard, in collaboration with my supervisor, Professor Lilanhai. And this research have been reviewed by Professor Liutier. Any help? In fact, climate change is expected to change the hydrological regime in the world, with major implications for water resources and hydrological extremes such as flooding and droughts worldwide. And the projected rainfall variation in the temporal pattern and total rainfall will directly or indirectly impact the hydrological processes. Stream flow is one among the crucial components of the hydrological system that influence water availability, the ecosystem health, and all these are most of the time impacted by human activities. The rainfall events are known as the main driver of much of the stream flow that a basin can receive. Studies in Africa have proven that the changing rainfall pattern resulted in widespread droughts and floods, and also some other disasters such as landslide, and the most that are faced in Rwanda are flood, landslide, and drought, while in East Africa, the diversity of climate controls is evident from rainfall pattern and seasonality. As Professor Lilanhai has presented, he said that rainfall is the principal factor that leads to flood events. But in this presentation, I will be explaining more the processes that we pass through to get flooding, especially at a basin scale or a catchment scale. Some studies in East Africa revealed a parallel season stream flow patterns and rainfall, while interannual stream flow variation indicated significant changes of the mean flows. The stream flow is dependent upon the received rainfall amounts. The more a catchment or a basin receive rainfall, the more a stream will flow, depending on the characteristics of such area and some other different triggering factors. So the hydrological behavior or the hydrological response in Rwanda or in East African region is sensitive to small-scale rainfall variability in both time and space. This means that the stream flow amount vary depending on the received rainfall. Any change into the amount of rainfall might also affect a change into the stream flow that a catchment can receive. The Nyabarongo River Basin, which was the focus of this study, receive water from nearby highland in the form of runoff during heavy rains and from rivers in the country, as Rwanda is one of the countries that has plenty of rivers that are triggered by different factors to produce a certain amount of stream flow. The climate and landscape feature of the basin play a crucial role in altering or changing its hydrological stream flow behavior, thus resulting into flood events. The ability to adequately, timely, and continually characterize the stream flow regime of a basin as a response to extreme rainfall event is a prerequisite component in flood frequency, flood risk mapping, and flood forecasting. However, due to the lack of hydrological data, especially in East African region, these types of study has captured less attention. We don't have much researches since you have several challenges that are led by the lack of quality and quantity data. So, comprehensive semi-distributed hydrological models, different modeling system or different modeling approaches have been put in place for the simulation or the modeling of the stream flow, especially in data scarce regions such as Rwanda. And this model, semi-distributed model, also called hydrological modeling system, has been adopted in this study to simulate the amount of stream flow that is released by the Nyabarongo River Basin. So these models need to be calibrated and validated so that we can check their accuracy in simulating effective stream flow so that it can also contribute to a package of data sets in Rwanda. The study has been conducted across the whole of Nyabarongo, and as you can see, the Nyabarongo is covering almost all the provinces of Rwanda, and so far it is the largest and the biggest one in Rwanda. It is located between this coordinate system, and it enjoys a tropic climate with 2 rainy seasons and 2 dry seasons. And this season has been primordial or has been the main data that has been used or that has been considered to conduct this research. This study has been motivated by different problems and gaps. For me to conduct this kind of study, I passed through an in-depth literature review to identify the gaps and some problems which later motivated to conduct these types of research. The first problem was that in East Africa tropical region, basins whose hydrological responses tend to be dominated by direct runoff may more quickly or directly react to change in rainfall patterns and other driving factors. And the Nyabarongo River Basin chronically record flood incidences. We know this even during the past rainfall period, we have encountered or we have faced different flood events that came from the overflowing of the Nyabarongo. So this Nyabarongo is contributing, or the stream flow, the flow for the Nyabarongo is contributing to the number of flooding events that are happening in Rwanda. There is insufficient information about the effect of climate change and its related rainfall variability on the hydrological process and most especially on the stream flow regime. The related hydrological stream flow regime within the Nyabarongo River Basin is understudied. During my literature review, I have found few studies that have focused on Nyabarongo River Basin in terms of flood occurrence. And basins, different basins in Rwanda, are inadequately, poorly gauged or ungauged. This is what I said when I started. We have a problem of the lack of data. So this study also will come in support of contribution, because my study also contributes a package of flow data or hydrological data. So what? Doing this in this study will present the originality and worthiness of this research, which will serve as complementary work and providing a contribution to filling the gaps that has been identified in the literature. The study was conducted to answer 1 minute. So the study, because of the shortage of time, I'm just going to read the question, then I pass to the results. You bear with me. The question that has been asked are, how well can a hydrological modeling system simulate the stream flow regime of the Nyabarongo River? And what is the implication of stream flow regime and supplementary factors in driving recurrent flood events? So what were the results? How did I answer these questions? These are the objectives, the tasks that I passed through in different data set, different methodology. You bear with me because of the time. I have produced several maps that help me to achieve my objectives. And this is still the methodologies and the modeling system that I have used. I have chosen 16 flood events, and 60% have been used for calibration and 40% have been used for validation. I also have optimized my model, and I have checked the sensitivity of the model to several factors. And also I have mapped a flood risk. And from all of this, I got different findings. The first findings were to delineate the basin, and I have also delineated the physiographic characteristics of the basin, and one of the sub-basins have shown to be or to suffer extreme urbanization. And after this, I have simulated different loss and transforms techniques so that I can calibrate and optimize my model. I have used the flow data that I have collected from the Rwanda Meteorological Center. Then I have compared them with the produced data from the model to see how accurate is my model. And I have found some similar results which have proved that the model that has been used is accurate. And apart from this, I have come to a conclusion that the trends are almost the same for the entire hydrological system of Rwanda, which is characterized by high peak stream flow, mainly during the long rainy season and the short rainy season. And the moderate stream flow have been observed in September, October, November, and December periods. After this, I have checked what are the factors that are sensitive, or the model is sensitive to which factor. And the first sensitive factor was the curve number, which is a function of the land use, land cover, and the soil properties. And after this, I have also validated the model by conducting an optimization method to bring the simulated value closer to the observed values. I have also conducted some statistical tests to check the accuracy and the performance of the model, and all the statistical metrics that have been used have proved high percentage, and they were commendable, and we can also advise to use this model across the remaining basins in Rwanda. The modeling system confirmed a better performance and computing efficacy and predictive capability in simulating the stream flow and volume of the Nyabarongo River basin. These are some of the maps that are produced for the stream flows and the rainfall that has happened from 2011 up to 2018. To go fast, I have also simulated the extreme rainfall days using the extreme rainfall indices, so that we can check the number of heavy rainfall days from 2011 up to 2018. But also we have found that the stream flow are also influenced by the land use, land cover change. As you can see, from 1990 up to 2000, there has been several changes that are characterized by the dominance of the loss of forests and the increase in cropland and urbanization. The forests have decreased while the cropland have increased and urbanization has increased to higher extents. And these have been proven by this map. If we compare the initial year to the last year, you can see the changes in land use, land cover, focusing on the forest, the cropland, and urbanization. And in summary, discharge stream flow in the basin are prone to the investigated variation, which can further be attributed to hydrological induced hazards such as flood, which probably increase across the basin, but this will vary based on the basin characteristics, different driving factors, in line with the surface characteristic and the spatial changes. And some of the factors that I identified, the first one was rainfall, the other one was the stream power index. We also have the land use land cover change and the topographic wetness index. To go fast to the conclusion, I have also produced a flood risk map that has shown different areas that are prone to flood risk over the Nyabarongo River Basin. And some conclusion and recommendation. We concluded that the existing stream flow response of the basin is directly associated with the rainfall season of Rwanda. Then the geovisualized flood risk area calls for immediate action to alleviate the damaging effect of future flood events, especially in areas which were modeled very high and high risk areas. And some of the recommendation, we recommended to design the hydraulic structure, such as the establishment of reservoirs, dams, effective and efficient drainage channels. And lastly, the simulated site with very high and high risk should be cautiously considered in upcoming land use planning and management of the basin. Yeah, I just come to the end of my presentation. You bear with me. I could give more information, but due to the lack of time, I just went very fast. Thank you very much.
Professor Kant for your presentation. We will move to next presenter, Jung. The influence of wetland for the nutrition and organic matter removal. Jung. Okay, welcome. Floor is yours. 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present my research, which I have tried to pass through. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is John Chiramira, and I'm a student of INLAC. I'm doing Masters in Environmental Economics and Natural Resources Management. I have an interesting research and it led me to Nyandungu Urban Ecotourism Park. The topic says it is efficiency of Nyandungu urban wetland removal of nutrients and organic matter with regard to its capacity to enhance water quality. This is the outline, what I'm going to pass through. First is the background of the study. Second, relevance of the study, methodology and tools, results and discussion, conclusion, and then recommendation. According to the Ramsar Convention, the wetland is defined as the areas of marsh, fen, peatland, or water, whether natural or artificial, permanent or temporary, with water that is static or flowing, either fresh or brackish, and they have different factors which affect the degradation of the wetland, which you can include urbanization, deforestation, increase of agriculture activities. Here are the main objective was to assess the efficiency of Nyandungu urban wetland, to remove the nutrients and organic matter, to enhance its regard to maintain the water quality. As you can see this picture, I think for those who are the first time to see this picture, it is for Nyandungu urban wetland. It is located in between two sectors, Chimirongo and Kanombe. Through the study of assessing efficiency of Nyandungu urban wetland removal of nutrients and organic matter with regard to remove its capacity to enhance water quality, I have very interested to find some of the interesting parameters. Total soluble solids, total nitrates, total phosphates, total dissolved solids, phosphates, nitrates, that favor continuous wastewater treatment and reuse has resulted in improving environmental health and facilitating ecosystem services which are taking place at that wetland. Relevance of the study, the wetland worldwide, it's around 6% of the Earth's play a big role in hydrology and includes lakes, rivers, floodplain, mangroves, marshes, delta, and controls a big role. It contributes to control floods and which help also to maintain climate change. As I have said, there are some of the factors which might affect the conservation of this wetland, where the population increases the consumption of the resources which are needed. The urbanization, where more waste are generated. Some of them we can include untreated wastewater. Most of them are generated from the industrial zone and from the individual household. So the wetland, I have found that it has a big role as it has maintained to remove those nutrients and organic matter which are generated. If I pass through the methodology and tools, here there are some of the parameters which I have tried to find, and these are the analytical techniques or methods. We can include dissolved oxygen, where you have used multimeter probe, potential hydrogen or pH, where you have used pH meter, total suspended solids, where I have used TSS meter, total dissolved substances, I have used multimeter probe, nitrates, I have used spectrophotometric techniques, electrical conductivity, multimeter probe, total alkalinity, titrimetric or by titration, total hardness, titrimetric also, total nitrogen, total phosphorus, turbidity, sulfates, and phosphates. 4 samples were collected from 2 ponds, include Muhazi Pond and Ruhondo Pond, and I have analyzed them in Yora CST laboratory. I have tried to find the physical and the chemical parameters. These are the results. Starting from the first one, total dissolved solids. Wastewater influence, as you can see, I have tried to compare the results which I have obtained with the RSB standards and WHO standards. And according to what I have observed, wastewater influence of Pond, Muhazi, and Ruhondo were below the level of necessary to support the aquatic life. Plants play an important role in the wetland treatment, efficient and specifically the plant root system. When I go to pH, the values of pH are in the range of 6.94 to 7.6, which implies that the results are in acceptable range for standard pH scale of domestic water as recommended by Rwanda Standards Board. This is the COD. All values exceed 250 milligram per liter, and which is the highest acceptable value of Rwanda Standards Board. This is the BOD, the influence of Mars and the Ruhondo Pond. As you can see, they were not exceeding the level, the acceptable value of BOD for discharge industrial and domestic wastewater, because low wastewater discharge, while BOD of water discharged by Nyandungu wetland effluent are acceptable as recommended by Rwanda Standards Board. This is the total dissolved solids. The value of total dissolved solids are in range of 12.2 to 206.2 milligram per liter, and they were less than 600 milligrams per liter, the acceptable standard for surface water as recommended by Rwanda Standards Board. Total dissolved solids were in the range of 0 to 300 milligrams per liter. For the 4 samples which I have corrected, the results were in acceptable range, and they were less than the TSS of 50 milligrams and international standards for aquaculture as recommended by WHO. This is the DO, also were in the acceptable range. Calcium hardness, there was compliant of concentration of calcium in the water samples from all sample sites. The concentration of calcium in the water sample were in range of 12 milligrams per liter to 24 milligrams per liter. And this is because they were all above the standard limit as recommended by Rwanda Standards Board on surface water. I was a little bit loud about these results, and I have tried to recommend them to try to do a lot of research, maybe daily, so that they can consider that this range should not be higher. Total hardness, there was a small increase of hardness concentration for effluent from the 4 both sample sites, Muhazi and Ruhondo. There was no strong measure to be taken because the concentration of total hardness for all 4 samples were below the standard limit as recommended by Rwanda Standards Board. This is the magnesium hardness. Yeah, thank you, sir. Sulfates, total alkalinity, total nitrogen. For total nitrogen, the performance of removing nitrogen for both influent Mwazi and influent Ruhondo were 1.25% and 10.62% respectively. This is total phosphorus, phosphates, nitrates, turbidity. So as you can see, when you just reach there, you see the influent water, we are having body, they are very dirty, but when you just enter in the wetland, you find the importance of those marshes that it has done. The water, there is a clean water, the fresh air, which favor the ecosystem conservation. Conclusion, this research was conducted for the purpose of evaluating the efficiency of efficient removal of nutrients in order to enhance the water quality of Nyandungu Wetland Park within 2 months and consider the water quality parameters. There was significant reduction in total hardness, total nitrogen, total phosphorus, nitrates, phosphates, conductivity, pH, TSS, TDS, and this remarks the importance of the wetland and meet with Rwanda Standard Board and the WHO standards. Hence, high efficiency of removing nutrients favors the protection of the environment. The recommendation, proper management and rehabilitation of the Nyandungu wetland is needed to improve the conservation and to attract the tourist. Next, to design the pond. Yeah, thank you. These are some of the references. Thank you very much. Sorry, I can't go without thanking my lecturer, Professor Muhizi. Thank you very much for being here. And I'm honored in front of you because you are the one who made me to be attend the master's program at INLAC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you for a nice presentation. And we have a slight minor change for the sequence of the presenter. We will invite Professor Zhang for the next present. Professor Zhang, you can come here. 您先讲吧，这个重要的先讲。You can just no, okay, maybe or this yeah. Okay. Number 8. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm so lucky to have a chance to share my research with all of you. Since most of you are in the background of nature science, but definitely I'm from social science. But today I try to be more related with your research about social science and nature science. Since most of the truth distillation is based on natural resources. For example, in Rwanda, a lot of truth distillation is about Nyungwe National Parks. Actually, we do have the similar national park in China. It's Jiuzhaigou. This is the southwest part of China, which is famous for its lake and the mountain area. So you can see these pictures. It's very, very beautiful. The typical landscape is about a waterfall. You can see this waterfall. This waterfall and this lake, because it's colorful. And there is something that the best water in China is the Jiuzhaigou Valley. A lot of tourists visit there. Every year, it's about 5 million people there to visit this national park. But in 1917, there was an earthquake. You know, a lot of the lake, you see this lake, was destroyed because of earthquake. You can see it disappeared and like this. And also you can see this lake, because this area, because of karst landscape, is very easily be destroyed. A lot of water of the lake has gone. So just look like this. This is the landscape after destroyed by the earthquake. And this is a waterfall. Because of the earthquake, a lot of water has gone. You can see, like this. You can see this. This is a lot of stone falling down from this mountain, and the landscape of the waterfall has been destroyed. Okay. So there is a problem for the local government and also for the scientists. So shall we restore this natural landscape of Jiuzhaigou Valley, such as waterfalls and lakes that were damaged by the earthquake to their pre-earthquake state? Because if we don't restore this landscape, somebody will say, no tourists will visit there because the tourists do not like this destroyed landscape. But other people say we cannot restore this landscape because nature is nature. Why should we restore this landscape? If we restore this landscape,
it could not be nature again. It's man-made. It's man-made nature. So in this way, this argument is very extensive in China. So a lot of experts in China are gathering in the Jiuzhaigou Valley to discuss about the possible solution to this landscape. You can see the core of this argument or conflict between debate on this. What exactly is authenticity of nature, and whether tourists will appreciate this authenticity? Because nature scientists say, keep the nature as its original one, this is authenticity. But for the social scientists, they say, tourists will think that the nature before the earthquake is much more expected than the tourist image. So that will be the authenticity. So this is the argument of this kind of restoration. After around half a year's discussion, finally the scientists made the decision to restore this landscape. You can see this is a lake after this is after the earthquake, and this is a lake after the restoration. So the scientists try to establish a dam here to restore the landscape. The dam was restored by the local materials from the water, and also used rice and some other local materials to solidate this dam. And then after 1 year of this restoration, the qualification streams already formed. So in this way you can say the natural landscapes are already recovered. And also you can see this is before earthquake, this is after earthquake, and this is after landscape restoration. You can see this landscape change. So this is original, this is earthquake, destroyed here, and because this is the place where the dam destroyed, so now we rebuild a dam with local materials, so the landscape restored and recovered to original like this. And this is the waterfall and recovered like this. And with regard to nature authenticity, there are a lot of discussion. But originally, most of the authenticity discussion is about, the species. Because a lot of external species will be brought to the desolation because of tourists or some other kind of reason. But nobody discussed about the landscape. It should be restored or not. So our research was taken by for the tourist. We evaluated the perception about the authenticity for tourists, but the result shows that actually the tourists do care about authenticity of nature, especially about the integration of the landscape together. So in this way, we can find that in terms of post-disaster recovery and the reconstruction of Jiuzhaigou Valley, if we approach it from the purely natural or naturalist perspective, recovery and reconstruction, naturalist, it could be really wilderness. It could be really wild or nature. But actually, since it becomes a national park, it has never been really nature or naturalist, because when it becomes a national park, it's already constructed and built by the people for decades. If we consider the authenticity of the nature ecosystem in the post-disaster recovery and reconstruction of Jiuzhaigou, it still complies with the principles of authenticity of a natural ecosystem. It means that ecosystem it himself has a function to recovery. So what we do is trying to make stronger the system to recover themselves and make the landscape much more better than the landscape after this earthquake. So if from the tourist perspective, the authenticity of the landscape after the natural restoration, but how it affects the tourist experience is a complex question. In environmental psychology, it cannot be directly answered whether tourists like or dislike restored nature, but a sense of regret over its natural landscape could impact their environmental responsible behavior. That means that whether we restore the landscape or not is not the most important for tourists, but the tourists do care about this integrity of the landscape, and also the perception or attitude will be impacted by other factors such as environmental psychology. Okay, this is just my simple presentation from our research. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for your good presentation. As we have said, we have some changes, but we will continue to manage them. Now, allow me to have this opportunity to welcome Professor Thierry to come and give his presentation.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kanch. Let me open my slides. Yes, this is the title of my presentation, The Groundwater Level Response to the Climate Change and Human Activities in the Dry Regions. A case study in the Amu-Darya River. Mostly, all of you probably already know about the Amu-Darya River already. It's somewhere in the, let's see, Central Asia country. What's the problem over there? I'm also speaking about a nature disaster. This nature disaster is caused by the flooding irrigations. If you have too much flood irrigation, it will bring the groundwater to the surface, and it will cause the problem of salinity. But if you also have, let's see, the dramatic flood irrigation, it also will cause another problem, such as the desertification. So this is something about the balance of the water level. And since the 1960s, the LC in the end of the Amu-Darya River and the Syr-Darya River has become shrinking gradually from the, let's see, 60,000 square meter to like 6,000 square meter, and caused a very big ecological disaster at that time. And this dry bed also brings a loss of sandstorm, not sandstorm, salty dust storm to the air, and it caused quite a normal, quite a lot of problems like toxic heavy metal element also caused disease for the livers, for the kidneys, for the lungs, and also reduce the average lifespan, like from 65 to the 60s, and caused the soil salinity and pollute the air, food, soil, and waters, and have great influence to the ecological system. And also the General Secretary of the United Nations also mentioned this natural disaster quite a lot, and the President of Chinese Republic of China also gave the promise about this disaster restoration. And from that, we would like to develop our research scheme, like how does the groundwater respond to the climate change and also the human activities in the arid region, and how does the process of groundwater model can develop to reflect the sustainable use of the groundwater in this region. So this is our research scheme, and we use some kind of statistical analysis, for the trend analysis, for the empirical analysis, and for the mutation analysis. And we use also the let's see, the fully distributed model, the groundwater model, like a model flow, to simulate the situation over there. And this is some results we would like to share. And I'm not going into the detail, and I would like to show how to develop the research scheme. And first of all, we give the trend analysis for the groundwater levels. And from this, we can see this groundwater level are keeping increasing and through this entire region. And after that, we also did the empirical analysis and the tributation analysis for the groundwater level. And it apparently the irrigation is the most influence factors to the local regions. And also we did some climate change analysis for the annual precipitation, also the evapotranspiration. Finally, we use those input data in the hydrological model and produce the projected runoff. We use this runoff as the upper boundary to simulate the groundwater in the Amdaya Delta. And this is a simulation result. And apparently, the groundwater flux becomes the only source to recharge the RC, and it's very important to the local, like say, ecological system. And unfortunately, and the groundwork and the climate change influence, and also from the agriculture activities, the RC will continue to shrink. And I will have some kind of prediction. And in the 1990s, this let's see, the water body will shrink to like a 4.4 kilometer square, and this is really tragic to the local communities. But how to reverse this situation? We come up with some idea to use the dripping irrigation, or to use to enlarge the drainage system, or to use the mixed irrigation waters. And also we have something measurement in combined together. And finally, we come up with 4 management scenarios and to compare the situation over there, and to try to figure out which one would be the most suitable for the local situation. And by some kind of simulation, we found some preliminary result. And at this moment, we found that the groundwater level could be reduced, and in the dripping irrigation method, and also in the combination water irrigation method, it also can give some help. And finally, and we would like to do some kind of optimization for the irrigation management, and we use some framework of the simulation optimization coping with the groundwater model, and we set up some objectives like maximum the total groundwater extraction rate, and minimize the groundwater level drawdown, and finally to minimize the distance between the simulated groundwater level to the ecological water levels. And we all know that ecological level is very central to the local ecological system. If you have too high, the groundwater level is too high, it causes the salinity. If the groundwater level is too low, it will cause the desertification. So we use this optimization model to do the analyze. And finally, we got some boundary condition S1 and S2, and we use the maximum pump rate, and also we use some maximum numbers of wells as the boundary. And in the middle, we got a very good result, and this is the S3 scenario. And in this scenario, it's more efficient for the groundwater simulation for the local region. And this is the evaluation result for the 3 scenarios we compare with the historical level. And this is a conclusion. I will not go to the detail because the time is limited. But I would like to share this slides. And this slide, this groundwater study actually is one small part of the big project. In this project, we develop the ecological restoration project step by step. Firstly, we did some physical monitoring work to observe the local climate condition, local ecological condition, and after that we use this kind of data coming to this increase or improve the water usage efficiency. We developed some dripping irrigation technology. You cannot only see this technology is good, so we did some demonstration work in Central Asia and actually in the Uzbekistan. And here is the result. In 2021, 22, 23, we did some demonstration work over there, and the result is pretty good. And the coating yield is 5.8 ton to 6 tons and per hectare. This is a new record for the local cotton producing, and the record for the local cotton producing, and the Ministry of Water Resources, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Innovation, also the environmental community, and also the agriculture university and other institute also witness the let's see, the field measurement and give very good comment for this work. And this is pretty much all the work we have done in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Liu. Let me now have this opportunity to welcome Dr. Daniel Nsengumuremyi just to present on extraction and application of Lake Pearl in Rwanda. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Okay, welcome to my presentation. I'm Dr. Daniel Nsengumuremyi from University of Rwanda, and I will present about the extraction and application of sapropel from lakes in Rwanda. So I'm with Sylvestre and Professor Francois, who is not here. So this is outline. So if I go to background of the study, as you know, even from RDB, Rwanda Development Board website, you find that agriculture is like the major economic sector in our country. So as you can see, 70% of total population, so they are in agriculture, and also they contribute this percentage, 31%, to GDP. Also, we can say that around 75% they are like smallholder farmers. So, however, these farmers have different challenges. They have problems including like soil infertility, low yield, pest and disease outbreaks, some post-harvest loss, transportation facilities, and others. So, as we have these challenges, can we find maybe the solution using some natural resources, mostly from lakes? So if you check on this picture, this is the map showing different lakes, rivers that we have here in Rwanda. So under this water, we have natural resources that maybe we don't know, or maybe we know, but we don't use. So one of them is what we call sapropel. I don't know if you know what is sapropel, but it looks maybe familiar to some people. So sapropel, it's like a mud, let me call it mud, from like plants, animals that were decomposed underwater, mostly in lakes and oceans. And this sapropel is, I have said, from plankton, benthos, and so on. So they are rich in organic compounds, and they have also some minerals that can be very, very useful. So they can have like different applications. For example, in Baltic countries like Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and others, they use this sapropel from many years ago. So it's where also I have been maybe during from 2016. I was doing a research on this sapropel when I was doing my PhD in Russia, which was somehow interesting. And I tried to find if you have sapropel in Rwanda. And I got one like one paper saying that in Rwanda we have different layers of sapropel, or of maybe some deposit, and other those deposits you have also sapropel. That's why I was interested in saying, why can't we use sapropel in Rwanda? And it's very useful. You can see that it can be used in agriculture, in the food industry, in cosmetics, in construction, and so on. So it contains some humic substances, these biological active substances, and others like minerals and so on. So this is what I was saying, that we have sapropel, like according to these researchers, under deposit of like this mineral monohydrocalcite, you have also deposit of sapropel sediments. Also, this layer of sapropel in Lake Kivu contain organic matter from algae. So, as you can see, in those countries, I've said in these Baltic countries, they use different techniques or different, they have some technologies to extract sapropel from water, but mostly they use these dredging lakes bottom techniques. It's why they use some pumps, then they can take sapropel, which is somehow maybe viscous, if I can say. Then it will be dried. It can be used as fertilizer, or in other sectors like in animal feeding, in sauna, so they have, as I've said here, they have different application, even in cosmetics, because they have like some antimicrobial properties. They can protect from like some X-rays, some maybe some ultraviolets, and so on. So even you can extract it. For example, this is the extract that I used in my research, using different techniques like solid, ultrasound. So in my research, I use ultrasound-assisted extraction using some alkaline conditions. So, for example, in agriculture, if you check, for example, this dried sapropel, they have like some hydrolyzable material compared to peat. Peat, I think you have it in Rwanda. We call it nyiramugengeri. They have almost the same characteristics, but this sapropel is mostly found in lakes and in oceans. And also, the composition of some organic compounds is different. So it can be used as a fertilizer because it contains some organic compounds, I have said. And also, you can see it contains like natural vitamins, minerals, and some bacteria that stimulates the formation of humic substances, I have said them. And due to the anaerobic process of the formation of sapropel, the total amount of nitrogen is completely preserved, and the content of water-soluble nitrogen is increased by 10 to 15%. So I tried to show maybe some publications on application of sapropel in different sectors. For example, this is in agriculture. Then also it can be used in animal feed, where you can treat it, so it can increase like some macronutrients and some micronutrients that you can see on this slide. So in the feed, it can improve digestion, absorption of nutrients, and calcium assimilation. In poultry, increase the number of eggs. Also, it can improve the hardness of some eggshells. So this is also our research about effect of this sapropel extract on microflora and some physicochemical parameters of distillers grain that can be fed to animals, poultry, and maybe cows and so on. So also we can use it in food security. Mostly we know in Rwanda we are facing the problem of mycotoxins, especially people from lab, from agriculture, know maybe you have problem of aflatoxin, especially aflatoxin A and others. So this has also some antimicrobial properties. Maybe if we try to use it on different grains, maybe we can decontaminate some food products. But we can use, of course, some extract using different techniques. We can get extract, then we can apply it. So we start some, maybe with my colleagues, some fungicide activity of this extract on different microorganisms. Maybe if you are interested, you don't have enough time, you can read this. Maybe we tried on Aspergillus niger and others. You will find some interesting results. So, as conclusion, the application of sapropel and sapropel extract may improve the agriculture and livestock sector, which is the mainstay of Rwanda economy. Also, this deposit that we have in Lake Kivu has to be exploited appropriately and to give economic and environmental benefit. So sapropel, when not extracted, can also be a problem because it will cause, we call siltation. Maybe some sand will not have free water. So it means the lake can be maybe full, then you have problem of water. Also, the removal, of course, the removal of sapropel could also help maintain the integrity of the lakes that are progressively becoming shallower. So more research is needed to study the characteristics and compositions of sapropel in Lake Kivu and to discover other deposits in Rwanda lakes. Because until now, even in Lake Kivu, we have sapropel, but we don't know if in other lakes we have sapropel. So you have to carry out research to find out if you have it. So for recommendation, I recommend to conduct research, to conduct research to discover the deposit. Also, I recommend the government of Rwanda and other private sectors, of course, to invest in sapropel extraction. Because if you find those countries, this is a business. They extract, then they sell in other countries, in Europe, in Arabic countries, even maybe in some African countries, buy sapropel from those Baltic countries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your good presentation. As we have this international conference, we have another presenter who's not here, who is in Belgium, whom we are going to welcome, and we have her present. And just bear with us. As he's still just connecting her to the connectors, so you bear with us just for some minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I think you can hear me well. My name is Clemence Idukunda. Yes, I want to I'd like to present about my study regarding overview of community landslide and flood vulnerability in northwestern Rwanda. I'm not sure if you can hear me well.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Yes. Yes, as I go briefly in background of the study, relevance and other as the others have presented. Let's just go directly to the point. Yeah, as we know, Rwanda is facing landslide and flood due to the topography and the other landscape. And we have, sorry, I can hear myself. I think I have to close.
You may continue. We are healing.
I can continue.
Yeah, you
okay.
should continue.
All right. Yes. As I was saying, now our study have just regarded on the community vulnerability to landslide and flood. Yes, and flood in order to understand how the community deals with the impact of the landslide and flood. As the study area, we have used northwestern part. As you know, this is where we face mostly the hazard of landslide and yes. And we have used 14 cells which are located in Musanze, Burera, Rubavu, Nyabihu, and Gakenke district. And from there we have analyzed
Following, continue. wamutinze imashini yawe.
sorry. I didn't know that I have muted. Okay. So can you hear me now? I have unmuted. Yes.
Yeah, continue and we have a few minutes.
Okay. All right. Yes, Yes, I was saying that the result number 2, we have seen we have seen the number of, the hazard that are affecting the community is just landslide and flood, as we know. And we have seen the income source of the community which are being affected, which is agriculture and livestock on a high number. And we have tried to analyze the key vulnerability drivers. So where we have seen the dependence on agriculture, low education level, and the Ubudehe class. That time we have used Ubudehe category, but now we know that things have changed. Yes. And then we have analyzed that, we have seen that people who are living in the hazardous near the parts of the landslide and flood, they were more affected by this landslide due to the location of the household. But this goes with also the poor quality of the housing. As you can see, the house which have not harvesting techniques, and also with the poor materials of construction. We have also tried to know what are the coping mechanisms that are being used in the study area. So we know we have seen the terracing and building water retention walls, and also agroforestry trees, but also people are being relocated from hazard-prone area to safe places. Yes. So just briefly as a discussion, we have seen that these key drivers of vulnerability have been found in other studies, but also we came to realize that there's a need for deep research to understand how the community is vulnerable and which areas are at risk and which needs more intervention to be put in place. So that's why we are conducting a deep research to understand all of these points. So as conclusion, we have seen that community is being vulnerable to landslide and flood due to dependence on agriculture, dependence to as a single source of income, low education level, low income status, and location of their housing. So we have recommended to improve community livelihood by diversifying income sources. We are also recommending the extent of awareness and early warning system at local level. We have also to put more effort in hazard prevention measures than coping mechanisms. Yeah, thank you. We acknowledge RS, Ines, and the University of Namur as the funders of this research, which is continues to understand deeper the vulnerability of the community in northwestern Rwanda. This is the contact if you can have questions and other things. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Keremanse. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome. So allow me to have a couple of questions to the first 6 presenters, such that we can continue after those questions. Because those who have presented, if there are some comments, if there are some questions that has been raised, then we can just welcome those questions and suggestions for the first 6 presenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would also to thank the presenters. I have a small question related to the one who presented the Sapropol. Dr. Daniel, okay. Oh, I would like if you have evaluated the biomass of this Sapropol, how it can be used. Lastly, how is enough to be used for a long time? I don't know if you conducted research about the quantity related to biomass.
We'll have 4 or 3 questions such that the presenters will just address them. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I am Theonest Muhizi from the University of Rwanda. I have questions to 2 presenters. The one goes to Daniel. You have conducted a study on Sapropel and for agriculture use. My worry is this: you have worked on Lake Kivu, where we think we can have a different pollutant in that lake because it is situated in a volcanic area. So we suspect that this Lake Kivu can contain different heavy metals and even some persistent organic pollutant. And we know that those chemicals can be like to be in water sediment, like this Sapropel. Did you think to analyze and determine the quality of what you have extracted? That is one. Another question is it goes to Mr. Chiramira. You used your analysis have been conducted on 2 points, the one Muhazi and Ruhondo, and you have got different results about their efficiency to remove some chemicals. Can you tell us the difference between these 2 points? Or what is the reason of the difference what is the reason of their different efficiency in removing pollutant? Thank you.
Another person? Yes, there's a person there, Doc.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to ask a question to the second presenter, which was present to Nyandungu wetland. My view was to see the link between this study of Ruhondo and Muhazi with Nyandungu wetland. The other question was seeing, I need to see the impact of maybe this Nyandungu for removal efficient of those nutrients. I didn't see the indication of those removal efficient as percentages, whether it is working correctly or not. Thank you very much.
That question goes to John.
My question goes to the first presenter, Mr.
Richard Minje.
Meje. So I want to know, flood risk management is a critical concern, especially in the river basin like Yemba-Rongo. Can you share insight on how the attribute derived from your modeling system can inform flood risk assessment and mitigation strategy for the basin? Are there specific policy or engineering implications that have emerged from your research?
Okay, thank you. Let us first have comments on the asked question, such that after that one we can continue with others, with another round of questions. Thank you. We start with the Dr. Daniel.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I will start with question on biomass. So, so what I presented there, it's about, it's a review, but I conduct some experiments in food sector, not in agriculture, because I belong food biotechnologist. So in the food sector, what I can say, when you are treating like grains, for example, when you are fighting microorganism, so it has like high effect on microorganism. Even when you are increasing like nutrient content in animal feed, what I did, also you can increase like the shelf life. So if I say, for example, in agriculture, what I can explain is from literature. Also, it can stay for a long time in the, let me say, in the soil. Even, let's say, maybe Dr. Mupens presented about pH of the soil. Also, it can change the pH of the soil. As he has said, some soil, for example, in Rwanda, it's acidic. And Sapropel has about 5 to 8, the pH. So if you add it, it means it will increase a little the pH of the soil. So that is what I can say. For the second question about, you said that you are in volcanic areas, some heavy metals, pollutants, and so on. So in Russia, before using this Sapropel, some research was conducted, and they granted the certificate. So they try to determine different physical chemical parameters. They measured some toxin, those heavy metals, and so on. So, of course, there are some heavy metals you can find in Sapropel, but it depends on the region. Maybe Sapropel from Russia is different from Sapropel from Rwanda, depending on maybe on the climate, maybe the structure, I don't know. If you have volcanoes, it's different, of course, from Sapropel that they have in Russia. But what I can say, before using Sapropel, we need a research, deep research, because you cannot extract it today and tomorrow give to farmers, because it can have some negative effects, and sometimes maybe it needs some purification. What I used in the laboratory, it was first extracted using what we call ultrasound, and some alkaline like sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide. So it means you change like the composition and the characteristics. So that's why I'm saying we need more research to know if our Sapropel contain these heavy metals and so on. Thank you.
Let us have a comment from
If I'm not mistaken, the question was to talk about the engineering mitigation measures that can be adopted to contain the problem of flooding, in addition to the policies that can be taken to contain the problem of flood. To respond to the question to the engineering measures that can be taken, from our research, we have proposed the design of hydraulic structures, such as the establishment of reservoirs, dams, and those dams should be effective and efficient drainage channels that can effectively gutter the water excess across the river banks and avert flood water intrusion from the river basin. And from a policy-making perspective, we have suggested the adoption of an integrated water resource management approach that takes into consideration and into account the interconnectedness between stream flow and rainfall. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice question. For the first question was asked by Professor Muhizi. The results obtained to remove the nutrients and organic matter from the wetland of Nyandungu, which I obtained. There was a reason for the difference for the two different ponds. One is Muhazi Pond, another one is Ruhondo Pond. There were some of the factors which was caused the difference. One which I observed is the flow rate. The wastewater or the water which are influent in those two different ponds were flowing at different rate. The distance from the distance which were traveled by water to reach in the pond were different. Another one is the economic activities which were taking place near those two different ponds. Alongside Ruhondo Pond, there is Phoenix apartment, and I have suggested maybe they might be the inefficient treatment of water or the sewage wastes because it is alongside the road. But for Muhazi, there is no economic activity near it. So the wastewater which are generated, they are passing in a longer route to reach on that pond. The second question, I forgot, there is also another point. Yeah, thank you, sir. There is one vegetation cover. Those marshes, coral reefs, they were absorbing the nutrients like nitrates, phosphates to grow. So there is also different species, plant species which are planted there, which are responsible to absorb those nutrients. Instead of wasting, instead of destroying the environment, they just consume them and then favor the conservation of that region. For the second question, I don't remember the one who asked me that question, but there is the link between Ruhondo and Muhazi towards the Nyandungu wetland. Those are the names. They just constructed the pond and they renamed them those names. One was Ruhondo, another one is Muhazi, and it is well-known lakes which are in Rwanda, and they are very important in the different economic activities like fishing and others. So they just renamed them in that constructed wetland of Nyandungu so that people, they can keep attention for the people who are just coming to visit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments. Just as we are waiting another team to come, you can allow me to have 2 more questions, if they are there, or comments. Any? Okay. Okay. I've seen.
Thank you. I'm Eric Winwari from UNILAC. My question is a kind of curious question. I would like to ask John Kiramira. I would like to know the relevance between the created or reserved ponds, so-called Muhazi and Ruhondo, to the existing, namely lakes, Lake Muhazi and Lake Ruhondo. The second question goes to the last presenter, who presented the entitled theme called Natural Restoration and Natural Authenticity for Tourism. How will this contribute to further emergency preparedness? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me allow the presenters to answer. Any other person? Okay. Let presenters answer as you are now. We are waiting another session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, my colleague, Enrique. The existing names of created pond, Muhazi and Ruhondo, they are very important for being renamed to those created pond in Nyandungu Urban Ecotourism Park, because as you really understand, it is just for ecotourism, while conserving also the environment. So those names, I was answered before, it is the names which for the known lakes in Rwanda. And because of the importance to the population near that area, they have just renamed to these existing ponds to keep the attention for the visitors. So if people just alive there, they are very interested to go to see where is that pond, Muhazi, where is that one of Ruhondo. So, and one of the recommendations which I have provided, I tried to tell them that if possible they can just create the fishing activities so that people, when they are just reaching there, they can do that practice, they can learn how to do fishing, and that can keep attention to their visitors. I think you answered.
Thank you for your comment, and you allow me to close this session, and I will come DVC, Finance and Administration to continue for the next session. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kant, for moderating the session that was happening in this room. We are waiting for others who were in the other session in the room down to be here, so that we proceed to the last presentation that will be in plenary, and thereafter there will be the reading of resolution and then the closing. I hope, yes, yeah, the whole team is here. Okay, thank you. Allow me to welcome General of the Higher Education Council, Dr. Rose Mukango-Meje, who is here with us. I think she is behind, and please, big welcome to him. Applause. To her, sorry. And the Director General of our Higher Education Council has also a presentation related to this field. You know that she has been for a long time a pioneer in this field of environment management and conservation when she was the Director General of the Rwanda Environment Management Authority. So, Dr. Rose, it's your time. We are waiting for your presentation.
Good afternoon, and sorry for the delay. And I was at Inilak, and I didn't know that you are here in this hotel. And so I would like, normally this morning I was supposed to come, but due to other duties, I have not been able. So, and as the moderator is rightly saying, I think the first conference, we gathered with your partners. We were together. At that time, it was at Inilak. Now I see you have grown up, and next time it will be in this hotel or another one. Right, University? So, I was been asked to give a talk on natural resources, and I have refused. I said this is no longer my area of activity. You have Rwanda Environment Management Authority, you have FONERWA, you have the Ministry of Environment. Why are you asking me to come and to talk about sustainable management of natural resources? Where is my presentation? Is it coming or? So the person who was in touch with me said, no, please come. So I said, no. I'm in another area, so this is why we ended by accepting. I accepted to come and talk on the importance of research in managing natural resources. So this is my topic. I'm coming from Higher Education Council. I see some figures here. They are part of our work. And you know very well, in education, you teach, you search, you teach, you do research, you publish, and you impact on the community, our community outreach. So if you don't publish, and if you don't outreach the community, you perish. This is not my quote. It is internationally well recognized. So I joined the education. In Kinyarwanda there is a say, Muzungu shaje asubira iwabo. I used to belong to education. So I used to be a lecturer at the National University of Rwanda at that time. And later on I have joined other activities. But now I'm lucky to come back to education. Maybe I'm going to contribute a little bit. I see some figures. When we are accrediting programs, people are not happy because we're asking them, you do this, you do this. We came to see compliance to entry requirements. Sometimes there are some issues. To the graduation, oh my goodness. Students have not covered all the credits, all the modules. Again, fights. But I'm hoping one day we will be where we have to be. Our country has decided to make a change, to increase knowledge. A country basing its economy on knowledge-based. NST1 has a lot of targets, Vision 2030, Vision 2050. So everything this country is talking about, sustainable development. And those who were here when Inilak started, my old friend, Muzehe Mpyisi, who is your founder or one of the person who has contributed. We have had a lot of fight. But for him it was easy. Because he used to tell me, mwana wanji, nubundi nibubakaga mu bishanga. I don't understand why they have brought me here. So, of course, we did assessment, but it was obvious, it was in a wetland. So, and we discussed. And at the end of the day, we agree we have to move. And we managed to find where the administration building is. It used to belong to someone. So I asked him, Muzehe, if we manage to get that piece of land, this house, are you going to be able to buy it? He said, my daughter, I will. I wanted to comply. Actually, they wanted to build in Iraq, in Nyanza, Upper Hills. And they refused to give him the land. I don't know why. So the reason why I'm talking about this, we have seen changes in this country. We have seen people settled in wetlands. This Gikondo, I suffered a lot. I was as someone who was telling lies, not understanding development. But today, when there are visitors, Minister of Commerce, they're taking them to new economic zone. So now you are discussing about Nyandungu. Nyandungu, it was a fight. The only one I want to say it one person, but my former minister was discussing with the Minister of Commerce at that time, and she said, on my dead body, you are not constructing in Nyandungu because it is in a wetland. And the Prime Minister at that time said, this is the first time I see two ministers fighting. But I think today, everybody is giving reasons to what we are talking about. Look, Kigali, how many we are, everywhere constructed. Water has no place to infiltrate the soil, so it has to end somewhere, and it is ending in wetlands, in lagoons, so and so. And now Nyandungu has become pristine for Rwanda. People are coming. We are discussing, asking questions. Why do you go to Nyandungu? Why this name of Ruhondo, of Lake Mwazi? Even here, there are names. Some places here you have a room which is called Lake Yema and so on and so forth. Just to keep in mind our natural resources, and kids who have not yet got a chance to go further, they can come to Nyandungu and explain to them that one. So now my talk is simple because I'm talking to the converted. Why do we do research? And I would like to ask you, how much money your respective institutions are dedicating for research? When we go for assessment, we look at the management, the programs, but also look at the resources you have and how much you spend. I don't want to say almost zero, but it's very, very little. So if we don't do research, we are not informed. Actually, my presentation is going to be simple, understanding resource dynamics, assessing the impact of human activities, developing sustainable management practices, conservation and biodiversity protection, sustainable use and resources optimization, climate change mitigation and adaptation, policy development and decision making, of course, capacity building and education. If we have had a chance to impact on the policies, this is because we have conducted assessment. You go in this Gikondo wetland, you pick water, you treating it and making it drinkable. This is almost impossible. A place where we used to have industries, we demonstrated that it is not possible, and policymakers, they understand. You people in research institution, in high learning institution, you have a big contribution. You cannot continue to teach the way you have been taught. You, a student, is putting the hand saying, no, no, teacher, professor, Google is saying this. So what are you saying? Because Google is collecting or information from all over the world. But living here, we have natural resources. We depend on them. All of you today, we are consuming more than we have. Previously, I think there's a UN World Day where they're talking, even the oxygen we are consuming, we are becoming more and more, we consume. I see some people here, if you compare the way you were used to live, it is no longer possible. We used to go at school with to what? Nothing. But today your kids, they're asking telephones, laptops, they're asking more. And for that, you need money. And the money is coming from where? From natural resources. The land, even here in Kigali, in 94, 95%, it was not constructed. But today, it is the inverse. Because we are using, and the natural resources are not, some of them are renewable. But if you plant a tree, an eucalyptus, it takes almost 8 years to be able to harvest it. But if you cut it, it is almost 1 minute. And if you put fire, everything is completely destroyed. This is why we're talking about sustainable management. We are under constant pressure, human activities. Everybody wants a house. All our houses are covered with tiles, but when it is raining, water is destroying. Why? Why don't we put water harvesting? Imagine water we are consuming just for in the toilet. Lot of water. Flushing. If you are coming from a school, you know how much the schools are spending on the bills from WASAC. And even on your WhatsApp groups, people are complaining, we're paying more, but it is raining and water is going. What have you learned? Nobody is living in a house like our grandparents. You have a house, and most of the house you have constructed them maybe with a loan. So, just putting a macaro, everything, writing, this is budget line. Why don't you put a budget line for water harvesting? You use it for washing your cars, washing your gardens, everything. But we have to think about that. Research is critical for sustainable management because you get information. If we don't research, I'm telling you, it is true. We are buying our data from abroad because they have been able to do research. It provides knowledge, understanding, and specifically in this country, everywhere, in order to take the right decision, you need data, you need information. So dynamism of the natural resources, research will help us to understand the relationships between natural resources, ecosystems, and human activities. You will conduct, for example, if a group of youths went to this Gikondo wetland, everything is coming back. You have birds, you have trees, maybe some of them are no longer natural, but even those who are exotic, you can have them. You remember sometimes back we have crocodiles. Yes. In this Nyabarongo, sometimes back they have disappeared because people used to cultivate until in the water, in the river. When we put these bamboos along the rivers, 5 meters from the water, so crocodiles used to come and put their eggs and protect them. So it started by, we knew that when some people, goats and even cows, they were killed by crocodiles. And people kept quiet, saying nothing. So later on, there are some people who went there to seek for, even in the water, fishes and so on and so forth, and they were attacked. And the story came, rumors were saying, oh, Rosa yazanye indege afatanyije na generali, because those reservists, they were those who were to work there. So they were saying you have taken them in helicopters and you put them in the river, Nyabarongo River. But it is, nature, when you protect it, things are becoming. And I think we have seen hippopotam in this valley, in Nyabarongo side, when the people were saying they have disappeared. So those understanding is very essential. Without this knowledge, it would be challenging to manage those resources. So, assessing the impact of human activities, I think this is what you have been doing. Research will help us to understand the importance, the impact. It allows scientists to study the effects of activities, deforestation, all of us we know very well, pollution in this city with our cars, which have been done or built in 80s, they're smoking. They're smoking, and when you go in this Sopetrad, and you can see what happens. Research will provide scientific evidence to evaluate the impact of human activities. Actually, we do that. We degrade natural resources for our survival. But there is I used to say, every engineer in this world, they destroy for a purpose. You construct a road, it passes through. You build this hotel, you destroy. But what we are trying to bring back, how can we manage? It is not, you can protect, but when you have the name management, you destroy maybe. This is why you assess the negative impact, the positive impact, and you put in place the mitigation measures to avoid that. So look at what is happening when we degrade. Scientists can identify and develop sustainable management practices for natural resources. This involves study alternative approaches. Research will help in optimizing resources, minimizing waste and environmental impacts, and enhancing resilience of ecosystems. We have some pictures here. Those are, the first one is where we have planted. Another place, this is where it is degraded, but there is a possibility to restore with these very nice terraces. And we have degraded for a purpose, and we can produce. Conservation is very important. Rwanda has managed to conserve a little bit of the natural resources after we have had a fight with people from the development side. They wanted it to go almost in the forest in a national park in Nyungwe. And it was a fight and so on and so forth. But now they are paying to move people who have settled there, because there is a possibility to live, to get money by conserving. There is one country which is called Costa Rica. Costa Rica is living, they are protecting, and they are paying back because of that. And here in Rwanda, these what they call this national park, Virunga. There is contribution to the community around the park to make sure that people are interested in this, because we cannot avoid, you cannot prohibit telling to someone you cannot cut a tree, don't do this, when you don't avail an alternative solution to the livelihoods. So research will help us to do so. If we manage, for example, those terraces, during the development of some of them in the around this wetland, Rugezi wetland. Those who were here, one time, engineers, they went in this Rugezi, they destroyed, they put a canal. They were thinking if we put a canal, we're going to have enough water in the turbines. So, of course, it happens, but later on, they were drying the wetlands. And we used to spend 65 1,000 USD a day to buy gas oil to run the electricity in this country. So by using those data, this information, we managed to convince the Minister of Finance it cannot be sustained. Let us protect the watershed, protect the wetlands, and actually after a few years, water was back. But in order to do so, we worked with the community. We put them on Mudugudu, and when they are doing this, they were paid, but at the same time, they were getting food in order to survive. And that, if we do research, prove that, then the outreach has been important for this. Today, everybody knows climate change. Everybody, even if we don't know what it is about, it is like the war in Ukraine. Food, 1 kilo of sugar has increased, Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. Even this cassava, they have increased, the response is Ukraine. But nowadays, in the area of scientists, climate change is real. And we cannot survive if we don't put in place mitigation measures. There was a time, those people who were used to pollute, I remember I used to participate in those meetings, they were saying, what can we do? Others were saying, you have polluted, so now let us develop, and then we'll stop. But now nature, this Mother Earth cannot survive if we don't put mitigation measures. So in this country, one day it is raining, floods, people die. The next day, it is so warm, and then I think this year we have even had 30 degrees, which is exceptional. So research is critical for addressing the challenges posed by climate change. You people in science area, in academia, you have to take data and analyze them. Instead of keeping and teaching what Rose has said and so on and so forth. You search, you inform, because information is there. It helps to understand the anticipated impact. For example, floods, we can't do that because we have data. This research contributes to the development of innovative technologies, renewable energy sources, climate resilience practices to reduce greenhouse gas emitted and enhance resilience to climate change. This one, I think in 2015, we were in what we call COP, it's Conference of Parties. And at that time, they were demonstrating electrical cars. Nobody was thinking we are going to get them. But today in Rwanda, people were having this. Instead of buying the waste from the waste, cars, you can buy that. Those motorcycles, there is money in Rwanda Development Bank. I think next year, all motorcycles will be under electrical because you can charge, even cars. So try to contribute. And of course, we can protect ourselves, but if others don't do, we will be impacted, but still we will do. We have done what we are supposed to do. After this work, there is a policy development and decision making. A policy maker is someone who needs input from the technical side in order to take the right decision. Again, if we have not, let's say we have assessed this Gikondo, Nyandungu by using data from 60s, and we demonstrated it used to be a wetland. Then policymakers have accepted because it was based on science. Nobody, and one day someone was said, if science says that, what are you saying? Because we were debating, people saying we want, in this Nyandungu, we are going to put economy, not free zone, all those issues. And we were telling them it is a wetland. In the 60s in this country, it was water. Later on, when they built this road, Kigali, Rusumo, they put the whole soil from there. They used to have these, military people used to have this as a plane where to do exercise. And if we continue, and today now they are convinced. So science, research is very important. Research fundings for help policymakers, resource managers, and organizations to design effective regulations, guidelines, management plans to ensure sustainable utilization. And we have to work as a team. Don't ask a policymaker to go and do research. No. What is giving an idea, what can we do, and you practitioners in a research institution, you have to do so. Research, it helps to identify trade-offs, risks, and potential conflict associated with resources management. You remember when they asked the people to move from this wetland, and they refused. The next day, flooding, people die. So they have been able to identify that because an assessment has been done, not by mayor of Kigali City, they're asking, where do you want us to go? But you are under risk. Research also helps to establish monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to track progress, to adjust policies, and improve management of practice over time. So, of course, in order to do so, there is a need to build the capacity, and this is what we are doing. You have invited your colleagues from China. They have lessons. You are exchanging experiences. Research contributes to building a skilled workforce and advancing education in natural resources management. It prepares the future generation of scientists, good policymakers because they are informed, good practitioners with knowledge and skills needed to address complex resources issues. Research also facilitates knowledge sharing, collaboration among different stakeholders. And of course, it fosters a culture of sustainability and innovation. If we don't innovate, then in order to innovate, you have to search. So my talk is simple in conclusion. I'm preaching to the converted. Research is indispensable for the management of natural resources. It will help us to understand the complexity, the complex interactions between ecosystems. Ecosystem was used, as a word was used in natural resources, but nowadays, everything is ecosystems. Business ecosystems, even everywhere they are talking about ecosystem. It is good because ecosystem is you and what is surrounding you. In this context of natural resources, we have to develop conservation strategies. This is why you have spent a lot of money in restoring Nyandungu, and we are going to spend more to restore Gikondo. This is what is bad for human people. We used to tell them, it is a wetland, and the next day they put an infrastructure. It is a wetland. They refused. And now we are going to spend money borrowing from banks, our taxes, when we can prevent. So I think we have to optimize. We are not going to keep natural resources for them, but we can use them sustainably because we are informed, because we have resources to do so. By investing in research, we can better understand, better protect, and responsibly utilize our natural resources and enhance our ability to preserve and sustainably manage natural resources for current and future generation. So mine is that. As I was saying, I'm preaching to the converted. There is no need to do more, but I think we need to invest. Some of you are professors. I see those names everywhere. You are a professor of what? How many scholars do you have in your lab? You cannot be professor when you are alone. No. Who is going to replace you? You are a professor because you have trained people, you have your theme of research, you are bringing scholars around you, you have PhD scholars, maybe not yet, but you have masters, you are helping them, you are sharing knowledge, and when you get the name of professor, but I have some colleagues, not colleagues, some friends or people I know in this country, professor. Professor of what? You have a way of giving those qualifications, but let us go back and see the best practice. We can benchmarks. It is not a shame if I can say there's a good, very important personality in this country. He graduated. A few days later, doctor in what I don't know, but he's professor. Has never given a talk. Have never helped a student. No publications. Because one of our responsibilities at HEC is to equip foreigner qualifications. People who have been trained in China, trained in France, South Africa, wherever. When they came, we request them what they have done. You cannot be a PhD holder without any publication. No, it was not obligatory. Have been trained in Philippines. So it is not obligatory. You cannot be, I asked one of them, tell me, when you are undergraduate, you have a transcript. Have had lessons, you progress. From year 1 to year 2 or level 1. Can you demonstrate when you entered in this PhD process, how have you been allowed to graduate without any publication? So you see, of course, fake papers are everywhere. But in this country, we have more. Maybe because we know each other. This city is very small. You see nurses or people, they work every day. You are together in social events, marriage, when someone, we have lost someone, mukiriyo, but the next day, they're telling you they have a degree. Where have you got it? So now, you can look around you. If I ask you, tell me, do you know them? I don't want to ask you, but and you don't want to tell them, it is not possible. If we want to kill a nation, you don't need to have missiles. You kill education. You are going to produce fake medical doctors. We have so many here. I don't repeat that. You are going to produce fake engineers. They are saying they know everything. They construct, the next day the building collapses. Fake lawyers. So you give them, they go in court, so they cannot defend you. Maybe you are going to have death penalty. So you kill education, you are done. You are done. And coming to the research, how do you want someone who is a doctor? And you put him, give him him or her a paper to prepare. They can't. Nowadays they're teaching online. So I cannot say everything here, but we have a lot of examples. One person came to see me telling me he has a PhD. So I asked him, where have you been? Oh, in Haiti. I said, my goodness me, in Haiti? In a corrupt country like that one, you go there? No, madam. Everyone can go. So how have you done that? So it was online. Online. Your PhD, yes. Can you demonstrate give me your ID, how do you enter in the system? No, it was online. So, when you graduated, where have you been? It was in Gabon. In Gabon, there is a center, so-and-so. You have been there. This is where you presented your PhD, yes. Who is your supervisor? Have you met him? No, I have not met him. And then it was online. And the defense of your thesis, everything was online. So which means nothing. We have done an exercise in your respective institutions, looking at the papers of your lecturers. Very soon we are going to send you the report, and and you will see. We cannot expect to have good engineers, good accountants, if people have not learned properly. You have to train them. Have to train them and to be, in Iraq is so tough, the time to produce, all the requirements. If you don't produce, then you don't graduate. Now they are calling, hey, you have to help us. No. So I don't know you. This is my response. I know you when the higher learning institution presents to me your list. If you are not there, for me, you go there and you arrange. But try to be good educators. Don't do like a burden. Try to avail resources for your scholars, your professors. Try to develop, to write grants, proposals for research. There is money in this area of environment. How do you tackle it? If you don't know, we have started and COVID came. You can learn. Everything is learning. You learn how to write a proposal, a grant proposal. People in different areas was saying, you construct a road. There's a lot of money for environment impact assessment. But who does that? People from abroad. You don't know to compete. Why? There's money in water. Everywhere in these natural resources. UN is giving. Maybe they are not going to give you money for your professors to go and improve, but for research, they will. And you can develop a grant proposal and you put a budget line for supporting the student. Your student in bachelor's, they don't know how to do research. Masters, they copy here and there. I see those who used to work on water, they used to come and ask our report from the Gikondo. I told them Gikondo is already started. Go elsewhere. Copy and paste. And everybody today copy and paste, but what is bad for Africans, this is not my quote. We were wrong in pasting. Can you imagine? Those microphones, one person has invented it, later on others are multiplying, they are copying. Everything we do is from elsewhere, but how are we pasting? This is the question. So, a question to the VC. How much money do you spend on research at UNILAC? How many? How much? 20? That's good. And your staff compete? They give a proposal, or just if money is there, they go and pick? Struggling to get that money. To get people to do research. Even from other people from outside. Or for inside the UNILAC. Not yet. So, before maybe opening to others, start by your team and try to put proper mechanisms to bring them on board. You teach, you search, and you improve your way of teaching. I'm sure if someone is working in biodiversity, let's say, if they go in this Gikondo, a lot of information is there. And they have a baseline before destroying, and now, after a few years, they can look at the quality of water, the biodiversity there, the chemicals there, because there is no longer chemicals going in the water. So I think try to do competition inside your university. And there is money in National Commission for Science and Technology. So if procedures are difficult, learn to feed them, to face the challenges, and then this is how we are going to develop. I'm going to end by saying everything is possible. If there is a will, there is always a way. In 2001 or 2, His Excellency the President was inaugurating the first building in former KIST, Muhabura or something like that. So he was looking what has been done, saying, you see, and the former VC was asking more money. He said, but I always take you people, to go and see what is happening elsewhere. But when you come back saying, oh, tuzabigeraho se, and he said, you think those people have got that, like an accident or a gift from the sky or from God? You have to work for it. And I remember when now I see these Nyarugenge, these buildings, I look around, Kigali by night. So I said, if there is a will, there is always a way. We cannot say research, yes, is the last born, let's say it will maybe the neglected kid. Nawe yaragwingiye akeneye shisha kibondo mu mashuri yacu. Promotion. Because you have spent 5 years in Iraq, this is why we are going to have a promotion. Contribution, how many students have helped? How papers? And you cannot say, very young guys, I'm always saying professor. Those that they are collecting information from around, they have done a consultancy here and there, try to publish when even the data are not there, theirs, and you promote them. So, but let us, even you can research in your own institution, around you, in the country, and you inform policymakers, and then you can move. So this is what I wanted to tell you. It is not only 1 year, this is a very, very nice exercise. Do you have it every year, or it is how is the cycle? Cycle of these research conferences? Every 3 years. So it is good to do it on natural resources, but you have also another area of interest. You're a student in accounting and management, leadership. You have to train them just to help them to. If you don't research, you don't think. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rose, for the insight in this field, the importance of research into sustainable management of natural resources, but also the insight into what we need to do as professors and academicians in the field of research. So another round of applause for the Director General. I think everyone have picked something very important, either in management of natural resources or in education, those who are in education already. So now I'm going to invite, I hope that the speech was not the closing. If there are comment or question to the presentation of the Director General of Higher Education Council. She's ready to respond to one or two questions, or if you don't have, we are not forcing you to ask questions. Okay? So, they are free to ask. So I don't see, there's, oh, okay, there is one. Those who have microphone. Okay, you can use this one.
Thank you very much for good presentation. I think it's a good opportunity to be with one of government representative on this interesting topic. We some of us are from higher learning institutions, but let me again say that some of us, we are struggling with funds in order to realize our research activities. So my point is there any possibility that you can advocate for us so that the government can at least allocate some funds, especially for private higher learning institutions, so that researchers in higher learning institutions can easily conduct researches? And I think at the end of that research, those researchers, we will come up with good recommendations and applicable findings. Thank you.
So thank you so much for your question. Advocating is not enough. I've learned that in life, this is a quote I've got from Professor Morenzi Rome, he used to be Minister of Education. And he told me, Rose, in life, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. So, you can talk, even those from government high learning institutions, they are saying no money, no money. But I'm telling you, there is always money for a good project. This is another say. There is always money for a good project. Why do you want the government to give you money? What is your proposal? What is your area of interest? What do you want it to do? I'm sorry, what is your background? What are you teaching? Sorry. You cannot tell me there is no money for you. There is a lot of money. That's one. There is money in REMA. There is money in FONERGWA. There is money for environment. But there are rules and regulations. You have to comply with them. There is money from UNEP. Every 2 years, they produce a report on the status of environment. Where are you, you people, researchers, where are you to apply for it? You go and you visit their website. There is money in this Ministry of Environment. Germany government has put money for research. And the money is in the Ministry of Environment. It is not for public institutions. It is for researchers. But I think even conducting a research, even information, you don't have it when it is available. Go to Green Fund, for FONERGWA Fund for Environment and Climate Change. There is money, there is REME Fund, there is money. But you want money for what? To do what? Second, this National Commission for Science and Technology, you go and you visit their website. They always call for applications for grants. Have you tried? You see, money is there. Money is there. Maybe your the VC and the deputy, maybe we have to link with you and see how you can be trained on developing. Because it is competition. So for you, you have no reason. There is money there. Someone else? But government, but this is another issue is there is no dialogue between policymakers and academia. This is a challenge I have seen. Ministers are there, ministries and academia, they are working aside. Do you know? Because if we are talking sustainable development, this is the general agenda. Have you invited Minister of Finance, Economic Planning to come and address you? They are there. I invited them. You organize your student, you ask questions, all those. Actually, in 20, we used to, for example, when they have voted budget, you can request them to come and explain to you the budget. What is going to do? In agriculture, there is a lot of money. You have to be there and do research and inform proper decisions for policymakers. So invite them, invite Minister of Education. Everybody is using Twitter. So Twitter information, what is on Twitter? No. You invite DG of Higher Education and you challenge us on accreditation, on this. We discuss, we explain why are we doing this. One day there's a person from Congo. He came to see us, he wants an equivalence. So now for people who are coming from abroad, they need to have a reason. Why are you coming? You want equivalence. I have a job, I've been employed by this and this. So then I asked him, why do you want this? Are you working in Rwanda? No, madame. Je ne travaille pas au Rwanda, mais si j'ai l'équivalence de Rwanda, je peux aller partout. So, now that reputation may be, and so for research, please, I'm going to do advocacy, but, and this fund from NST, this is for you, for everybody.
Thank you very much. You talked about people who studied abroad and they don't have equivalence. Now you are talking about equivalence, but there was a problem linked to that. Yeah, there is a problem linked to equivalence issuance from your office. Yeah, now I'm saying.
I think these are personal questions.
No, it is not. It is not personal.
Yeah,
because actually.
But you know the higher education office. We don't ask if you have submitted and no answer.
You want me to come to your office? Thank you very much. I'll come. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's focus on what we are talking about here, research and whatever, no other problems. Okay. Okay, I think, is there anyone else about the presentation that was done? Doing research? Okay. let's talk about research. Okay, I think now we are reaching the time when we need to close. I think they are tired. So we are reaching the time when we need to come to the closing of this conference. And before we invite the secretary of this conference to read the resolution or the summary of what they have taken, I would like to invite the Director General of Higher Education Council to come here in front, and the Vice Chancellor of UNILAC will accompany her, and Professor Chen also will be with the Director General for the closing, and while we also listen to the recommendations. So those who, the secretary of the meeting, I think can be ready also to come in front. If you are, I hope you are ready. Yes, okay. So maybe for the Director General who is with us, in the morning we have got the opportunity also of opening officially the office of this Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, or the Chinese Academy. They have their main office in Nairobi, and UNILAC now will be their office here in Rwanda. And the director is not here. He was with us in the morning, but I think now he has gone for another meeting. We are with Professor Chen, who is the president of the Xinjiang branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And we started the partnership with him when he was the president of the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. But now he has moved upward to being the president of the region. And he has been very helpful to advance this partnership. With this partnership, we have already more than 30 students who went to China through the partnership for masters and PhD. We have a laboratory for water and soil that was also done with their facilitation, and there are a lot of also publication from our students, but also for their professors who are supporting our faculty of environmental studies. So this was maybe a small presentation to know the person you are sitting with. And for Professor Chen, as you heard, this is the Director General of our Higher Education Council. The Higher Education Council, it's the regulatory authority for higher education in Rwanda. So nothing can be accredited without the approval of the office. And they are doing a lot of work, and this is why she has mentioned that we need to do a lot to improve the way we do research, but also the way our professors get promotions. She has been also for a long time the Director General of Rwanda Environment Management Authority. She is the memory of all the policies that we have related to environment management and conservation in Rwanda. So I think this is a brief introduction that I've made. give the time to the secretary to read the recommendation. And after this recommendation, the Director General of Higher Education Council will officially close this conference. Thank you.
We first thank all presenters for their insightful, important, and significant presentation, and researchers that came up with different resolution and recommendation that is going to be read over here. Today, on 8th November 2023 at Lemigo Hotel, Kigali, Rwanda, it has been held the 6th International Conference on Environment, Energy, and Development. The conference has revolved around the theme, Sustainable Management of Natural Resources. The primary objectives of the conference was to bring together experts, researchers, and policymakers, stakeholders from around the world to discuss and share innovative strategies, research findings, and best practices for sustainable management of natural resources. The conference was jointly organized by the University of Lay Adventist of Kigali, the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography, Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, SAGIROC, Chinese Academy of Sciences. The opening remarks were delivered respectively by Professor Jean Ngamije, Vice Chancellor of the University of Lay Adventist of Kigali, Professor Chen Xi, the President of Xinjiang Branch, Chinese Academy of Sciences, and Professor Wang Qifeng, the Director of Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, SAGIROC, and His Excellency Wang Xuekun, Ambassador of People's Republic of China. They mainly stressed the importance and relevance of the conference as offering a crucial platform for scholars and experts from around the world to converge, exchange ideas, and collaborate on the crucial topics of sustainable natural resource management. After different presentations delivered in plenary and parallel sessions, the following recommendations have been formulated. An effort should be made to increase research on disaster events so as to avoid disasters and alleviate their negative impacts. There should be increased effort for predicting floods and landslides and reducing the risk incurred from these hazards. Disaster preparedness knowledge should be increased and disseminated. There should also be community direct involvement in decision-making about disaster risk reduction and awareness. Unplanned land use and land cover change should be avoided and integrated soil management should be maintained. Combined organic and chemical fertilizers should be prioritized to address the problem of acidic soil. More studies on amphibians of Rwanda is recommended to better understand their roles in ecosystem management and conservation of wetland in Rwanda. Resource-limited farmers could use cricket furs as an alternative organic fertilizer for sustainable production. Given that lakes are seasonally influenced by anthropogenic activities, sustainable land use management decisions are recommended, such as the establishment and safeguarding of protection belt in lake vicinities. And given the importance of improved cooking stoves and clean technologies in rural communities, there should be increased support, investment, and improvement in these facilities to enhance well-being, reduce healthcare costs, and promote environmental sustainability. There is also the need for early river stage forecasts and enhancement of the existing early warning systems by incorporating real-time rainfall monitoring and streamflow modeling to accurately predict flood events. Well-managed ponds should be constructed for effluent water pretreatment before they enter the pond to improve water quality. There is also the need to extract and utilize sapropel sediments from Rwandan lakes, especially Lake Kivu, as an environmental-friendly natural resource. Residents should be relocated from landside or flood-prone areas, and drainage infrastructure should be improved. Inappropriate groundwater extraction should be adopted to increase the coverage ratio of groundwater level within the ecological environment. And this is the summary of different recommendations and resolutions from different presentations that we got from academicians, scholars, professors, and different experts. Thank you all.
Thank you, Richard. And I hope the recommendations and the summary are correct. If there is, from the different presenters, if there is a correction to make, you have a time to. So, I think, oh, you have a question? Okay. This one.
So I have a question. It's good recommendations are addressed to who? Who does what? So, and what about so policymakers? Are there some of them here? I'm not representing the policymakers, but I think it is good to have recommendation, but also it is very important to say recommendations are addressed to who. And what about you? What recommendations have you provided for researchers, for lecturers, for universities? I think at least instead of sending recommendations to others, what recommendations for you? From this meeting, what are you going to do? Are you going to follow recommendation given to me to do advocacy for research? So this is, I think, if you have these conferences after 2 years or 3, it's very important to monitor yourselves where you can. If you are saying, yes, displacing people in fragile lands, so policymakers, they know. So what are you as researchers? What information are you going to give them? So this is what I wanted. Unless it is good papers, good recommendation, but putting them to implement them. Actually, is there a recommendation saying, we at UNIRAC or at researchers here, we are going to search on this. And then you try to find the resources. And when you come back here, you will say, after the conference we have had, this has been done. And this has, otherwise, I think it's a meeting like others. Sorry to say so. But I think for yourselves here sitting, you have presented things, there are recommendations to policymakers. Actually, all those I was trying to note, and I said, who does what? When? Recommendations to researchers for the sustainable management of natural resources. This is my only comment. Okay.
I think for the secretary, we take this also as a recommendation. So you add it as a recommendation that we need now, next time, to be specific into our recommendation and eventually come up with recommendation for further research or recommendation for policymakers and things that can be monitored in the next conference. Thank you, Director General. I think with this, we invite you to close this conference.
So thank you very much. Normally looking at my, I like to get up just to be seen. And being a teacher, normally you cannot teach when you are sitting. So you have to see your people when you are addressing. So mine is simply to thank you very much for this partnership. Rwanda and China has been collaborating since a while. And we have been sending students. This is specific for UNILAC, is an added value. But I think Rwanda in different corners appreciates the support, the collaboration, and the partnership we do have with your country. And specifically in this area of UNILAC and for science, it's very, very important. And knowledge is something you can borrow I've learned somewhere that I don't know. You people from China, when you go outside to learn, you make sure that you get something concrete. You go there, you learn how to make these microphones, but when you come back, you try to replicate. I would like to request those people who are so excellent in their respective areas to learn from you. And when they go there, try to learn Chinese. Because if you learn their language, you will be welcomed in their houses, in their businesses, and they can share with you what they have. So thank you for the partnership. Thank you for trying to share the knowledge you do have. Today, I think your economy, your knowledge is coming above and above compared to others. So please, thank you so much, but I urge to do more, because now you have started with Iraq. There are other high learning institutions, but even in Iraq, they are not where they're supposed to be. Research, they teach, they learn, and so on and so forth. So this is, frankly speaking, when I started, I said the first conference, I don't remember the person who was at INILAC. The first conference on environment was so important, and it is good you maintain it. I would like to thank the leadership of INILAC, which has initiated this partnership. Because sometimes you have people, they are ready to offer, but people are not receiving. So I thank you very much for accepting this partnership, to follow it for the benefit of the Rwandans. Now, when they are talking about research, you have no reasons. China Academy, Science and Academy of Science Academy, they have, I remember even, they're providing a lot of scholarship for third world. Professor Murenzi, who is now at TUAS is a third world academy, used to get scholarship from China for third world students. And the Rwandans, there are few to apply for it. I know some of them, they want to go to America, they want to go to UAE, to Canada, but they forget they go there, they are going to become money power. They don't have people. They want you to come and work for them. Why don't you work for your own country? So, and I'm always trying to advocate, saying, you go to the Asian tigers. There is knowledge there. So thank you so much. And maybe through this partnership, others are going to learn from you. I would like to thank you, participants, those who have presented the papers. Your contribution is very important and highly appreciated. When a kid is born, it takes time to be an adult. So we are trying, but the most important thing, you have to decide to grow. Nobody is going to do it for you. And when I look at your faces, you want more. And in order to get more, you have to work for it. You work until it hurts. You work and work until it heals. There is nothing free in this world. Chinyarwanda ubwenge ba mu kibuno. Sit down and learn. You are a researcher, you publish your paper, reviewers, they are saying, no, this, but if you want your paper, you improve. And you are going to sit at the same table like others. We have a brain. So I thank you so much. Even sitting here the whole day, this is a demonstration that you want to do more. So I thank you so much. I encourage you, rarely, when people are saying, in 60s, the economy of Nigeria was at the same time, at the same level as Korea. But look, today Korea, where it is. So human development is essential. And if you are developed as a human person, you are going to manage better your resources, even your pocket money. You have kids. You give pocket money when they go to school. One will tell you, have bought this, I bought this. Another one will tell you, oh, Kwari Amandas. They have spent on chocolate, on this and this, and nothing. So I think we have to learn. Everything is learned. I used to say, even cleaners in the street, they learn how to do it properly. At school, everything is, the education is the backbone of any development, of any country. So then if we agree to be educated, to educate others, to do whatever means you have been seeking, what is the best. Instead of doing this, instead of producing water in a plastic bottle, can we imagine? Can we innovate something else? It can be sold, can be, look how mobile phones have exploded in this country. So quickly, innovation is coming. So I would like to come back with a new message where Professor A, Professor B have students, training them from the bachelor, they do research, masters, from the masters, PhDs. And then you can retire, but you have something in place. Instead of the university starting recruiting a new person. This is what is happening. You leave, they close the faculty. What have you done? So I would like to thank you so much. And wherever and whenever, even the one who has a problem with something, you come, our doors are open. We have decided to partner with higher learning institutions. And sometimes they used to see HEC as the former, not police or gendarme, but this time we partner, we collaborate. We are working for the common goal, education. If we do things alone, we'll never achieve the common goal. So I thank you for your invitation, and I promise, I commit myself and my office to do better and to do more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think after the closing, we say nothing. You are only invited maybe as we go out to take some tea before we say goodbye to each other. And after this conference, I know many people are tired. For our international guests, even others who want to relax in the evening and dance, now we can dance because we have done a lot of work. So we'll be meeting in the evening at the Dimal. They have a club, mainly for participants who know to sing. They are going to sing this evening. So welcome to take the tea outside. And